once again, we learn direction. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you can see we have an array of distinguished presenters. So, without much ado, we would start our presentations. Professor Ochiku, we would take a turn and take a delivery for maximum of 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. When this invite was being concluded, I was struggling with the nature and character of the presentation to make. Incidentally, my co-panelists are all from the same constituency. And oftentimes, when we engage like this, we go into what has become a ritual. Either read from your notes, or do a PowerPoint presentation, ask questions, and then we take a tea break, come back, discuss some more. We have sumptuous lunch, and we go back home and wait for 2025. But I said 2024, I will do my things differently. Let's try and see if we could talk to ourselves and take stock of what we've been doing, how well we've been doing this, and if we need to rethink our methodologies so that we can add value to the work that we are doing. Virtually everybody who has been invited to this presentation, to this conference, has one thing or the other to do with the whole open science, open education space. And we contextualize all that within the Education 4.0 framework, of which openness is a critical derivative. And so, at this point, what I think we should be interrogating is how well we are rethinking the entire philosophy of, in my own constituency, university education against the backdrop of Education 4.0 that is driving the rest of the world. And if we pose that question, we'll begin to see that at our individual levels, at our group levels, and the constituencies that we represent, we have not quite made the type of progress that we should be making, even though there are a lot of opportunities that are available, a lot of conferences, seminars, workshops, symposiums that have been organized, and the practice elements, the engagement elements, the community that is supposed to come together to drive these processes and make them work at our individual institutions, we are not just quite there yet. And I'll be the first to admit that the constituency that we come from, that I come from, the university constituency, and with due respect to all my colleagues, prof, panelists, and other university people who are here, we are not the most nimble when it comes to adoption of new techniques and new developments. On the one hand, we think for society, we research for society, we cause development to take place. We are the ones who go through the theoretical and conceptual processes that lays the foundation for societies to transform. So it appears contradictory in a way that on the one hand, the people who drive change, or who create change, or who make change happen, are usually the slowest to adopt it, and in some cases fight it outrightly when it comes to such adoption. So, and we struggle to make ends meet. And the story of open frameworks, open technologies, open science is no different. It came from our constituency long time ago. And I remember as far back as the early 80s, National Universities Commission, NUC, started the whole framework of open educational resources, OER, brought vice chancellors, librarians, registrars. This was 2001, 2002, big conferences, seminars in Abuja. 2001. How many years ago is that? Do the maths. And we are still here. If you do the analysis of the number of institutions, number of universities that have adopted this fully, we're probably not doing up to 20% of our numbers. Oh, well, am I right? So why is it taking us so long to pass basic exams? Why are we so inherently conservative to adopt technologies that will even make our work easier, faster? Why are we failing to recognize that we have new generation of students who are on the block, who see things, know things, read things, and do things very differently? And we are still stuck in our way of doing things. And so the fact that we require technology to drive research, to drive teaching, to drive learning is not in doubt. When you do the history of information technology or digital technologies in our university system, from a historical background, we have two phases. The first phase that predated universities setting up computer centers. I'm sure you're very familiar with that part of history, the punch cards and all those things, those days that we ran them, And the second phase that started in early 2000, when University of Benin pioneered online registration using the good old scratch card in those days. And more importantly, working with the private sector to drive digital transformation processes. I was part of that early history, and we were able to achieve lay the foundation for what came next. But between 2001, 2002, 2003, progress was extremely slow. And by the time we came to 2019, we were hit below the belt. Minister of Education gave a directive. Everybody go online. We stood there looking at ourselves. You remember, Committee of Vice Chancellors called a conference of ICT directors of universities. How many of you are digital compliant that can go online? As we say in Hausa language, shuru. Everybody kept quiet in the room. Apart from a few private universities who were able to transition their processes, there was practically none. One director of ICT said, well, in their university, state university, I won't call their name so that the people from that place will not be embarrassed. Say, well, we are using WhatsApp to do lectures for our students, so we have got them online. I said, okay, that is very good. So it was a wake-up call, not just for Nigerian institutions of higher learning, but also for other people in other parts of the world. And we have taken that wake-up call very seriously, because we now know that to drive these processes, we must collaborate. We must lean on one another. We must cry for help, seek help. Because at times, we come with an intellectual arrogance, and some arrogance that says, I mean, we are teachers, so who is going to teach us? No. Oh, and what do you know that you are going to teach me when my primary responsibility is teaching and research? All this thing you are talking about is what we are doing. But the difference is that you have applied it, it's practical, adopted it, it's all over the place, but we are still buried in our notebooks, in our textbooks, and in our face-to-face engagement with our students.
Thank you.
And in that open world that we are talking about, certainly some of the things we are doing now. So my cry and my plea and my prayer, CPP, if you call it that way, is for us to, for our partners especially, to understand that we are slow learners. We are also very suspicious of people like Owen and Omo. We have our own way of doing things that if you don't have a large heart, you will not be able to collaborate and cooperate with us. So if you send me a proposal to participate in empowering research and educational ecosystems, open infrastructure, I'm Vice Chancellor, and we minute it to Yakmut, my Director of ICT. And Yakmut will call a small committee within the ICT to analyze the proposal that has been sent. And once they analyze it, if they think there's value in it, they will recommend the Vice Chancellor that someone should be invited to come and make a presentation. At no cost to the university. Someone flies all the way and comes. On the day he arrives, Vice Chancellor has been summoned to Abuja to face the National Assembly. And so it is his Deputy Vice Chancellor who is seeing that report for the first time that day that is chairing the meeting and doesn't have a clue of what has been discussed. And at the end of the presentation, he will tell you that yes, when the Vice Chancellor comes back, she will give you an update. The Vice Chancellor has come back with his ass being chewed off from, permit my language, by the National Assembly. The students are demonstrating on the road. They've just told him that all his generators are broken down. There's no diesel to power the waterworks. And then you are coming to tell me about open killing. Open science. And it's at that point that the librarian now brings a bill of 10 million to pay Lancets for one open infrastructure. He will not utter a word to the librarian. The eye that he will cut for the librarian, nobody will tend to just drop it and disappear. So these are the practical scenarios that we find on a day-to-day basis. And so we urge our partners to understand that these things are real. Saying this, it appears like a joke, but it's real, it's day-to-day. The average chief executive wears, up until 2023, he used to wear 4 caps. By 2023 June, a 5th cap was added to his head. And that cap is a cap that concerns all of us. He is now officially the data protection officer of the institution. So in addition to being a chief academic officer, chief executive officer, chief accounting officer, chief security officer, he is now the chief data officer of the institution. And so one man with 5 heads, 5 different caps, you need to give him some credit, and with 16 stakeholders, that one phone call or text message from any of these 16 will traumatize the rest of his day. It's a tough call, a tough act. So what we What we have done is to see how we can deflect some of these trajectories to build a community of core activists that can get the mandate from the chief executive and take this thing and run. And it's a model that we have developed at the Committee of Vice Chancellors to say, when you bring a new initiative, when you bring a new product, don't implement it blanket. Cherry pick your actors. On a scale of 1 to 10, how technology compliant, how digitally compliant is the Vice Chancellor? A Vice Chancellor that is on a scale of 1, and you are going to talk all these things to him, you are wasting your time. A Vice Chancellor who doesn't speak the same language with his Director of ICT or his librarian, who doesn't believe that any investment made in ICT or in the library is a worthwhile investment, is wasting your time. So we profile them, know what they like, know what they don't like, and then say, okay, go and do this. One bad thing we do in the university system, and I must confess, is when you bring a product that has never been tested, has never been tried at all. When you finish your presentation, Yakmut, correct me if I'm wrong, the first question they will ask you, which university is this thing working? Where have you implemented this? And you say, no, it has not been implemented in any Nigerian university. They say, so you want to use us as guinea pig? These are people who have guinea pigs in their laboratories that they use every day, but they hate being used as guinea pigs. And so, we profiled the leadership at that executive level and at the support level, and then put up a community and say, okay, let us go through this process one after the other. Once they begin to see the value, once they begin to hear the value, once they begin to say that, University A is doing this, this, and that, and it's all over the whole place, they'll be the ones inviting you. 3 minutes. At 3 minutes. They'll be the ones inviting you. And so that is the model that we are working to use to empower our university system, so that with working with the learned academies, Nigerian Academy of Science, and Nigerian Academy of Letters, Nigerian Academy of Social Sciences, we're able to create this broad-based community. Working with the likes of Tertiary Education Trust Fund to build a tertiary institutions research platform, we're able to broaden this community. Working with the directors of ICT to say, let us share ideas. Working with the librarians to say, let us share platforms. We're able to build these communities that understand what we are built from top up, so that we're able to bridge the gap in terms of some of the challenges we have deploying new solutions that add value. I come back to that word, because once we don't see that this thing adds value to our system, once we don't understand the nature and character of this value, how it meanders to the system and profits everybody, most times it takes a while for us to see it, but once we see it, catch up on it, and then we begin to make it run. So my cry, my prayer is that we should don't give up on us as we struggle to make that transition to education 4.0 processes. We know and understand where we are coming from. We understand where the rest of the world is. We want to be there, but our paths to getting there may not be the same. But definitely, it's something that, if working together, identifying the key actors and characters that will make this happen, we'll definitely get it. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Professor Shehu. I was expecting some statistics from you in terms of where we are, perhaps university by university. That's my expectation, but really, I understand exactly what you said. I mean, I'm in the system, and it's amazing that our colleagues, they don't seem to, they are not aware where the world is on this matter. So we really, it's like you said, the wake up call. We really need to work very hard. You cannot run a university system successfully without being part of the global realm. Where will your good ranking, metric ranking, or whatever ranking it is, where will it come from? So it's a big task ahead of us. Move on to the next presenter. Dan Yakut, hope you're ready.
Yes, sir. Okay, good morning, everyone. I just noticed that in my own profile, it's as if I didn't go to school. So let me just say that I went to Federal University of Technology, Mina, went to Iowa State University, and Cape Peninsula University of Technology in Cape Town, South Africa. So, just as has been discussed by Professor Chief, some of us were very buried in our technical issues that we didn't care. Unfortunately, you get frustrated as a technical person sometimes when you work so hard and nobody is using your product. It could be frustrating. So some of us have to find a way of evolving and getting involved in talking to the administration in the universities to understand what we are saying. Because sometimes there's a huge communication gap between the technical people and the management. And sometimes I remember that I will just give one story. In 2002, when the university was going to lay the first fiber network to connect the two campuses that we have at Jos, the Bauchi Road campus and the permanent site. And there was money from ETF then, not TETFund. And I was assigned to be the project manager. We did design, we went to Abuja, we defended. And finally, when the approval was to come, ETF actually asked the question, are you telling us you are going to bury 12 million naira in the ground? Because they wanted to see something. And here I was telling them that I was going to lay a cable that was going to cost 12 million naira. It's about 4.3 kilometers there. And they couldn't understand it. But that's not the story, as it were. For this morning, we're looking at realizing an effective governance of the Nigerian Identity Federation. And we will start by understanding what is an identity federation. If one of the things that I have been contemplating when I was looking at this presentation was, do we really have content that we want to secure and people can access? Because that's one major challenge that we've been having, and I'm happy that the librarians will be talking about repository, because that is where you kept the digital assets that okay. Sorry. Okay, fine. So an identity federation, as we are aware, is organization coming that look, they have something to provide. And sometimes when you have several pots of food, you want to secure it individually. But with an identity federation, we are saying that we will have one unit to take care of that issue. Because if you observe, and I've actually have suffered that, I have accounts in several different things. And sometimes I have to reset account always to get into some other of my services because I have forgotten what the password is. I'm trying not to use one password for every other place I go. So I have those issues. Severally, I have to reset my account or save the account, the details, the login details of my laptop, which could be risky because as soon as you get my laptop, that means you can get access to even my bank account details because I don't even have to remember that.
I save them on the system, even my debit cards. So these are some of the issues. So an identity provider will help you with that. That means if you do one password, you can be able to access all these services securely and safely, as you can see. So people will agree that they want to share resources, they want to allow collaboration and transaction, and also be able to log into multiple services with only one set of credentials. That means if I log in with this username, with this password, or with this token, I should be able to get an array of all the services that I require. But that is possible only when you are dealing with people who also trust each other. There must be trust. And that is what eduid.ng is hoping to bring to us in the education community. Because we have things that we want to provide. Part of what Prof has said in the course of having lectures and interaction with teaching staff, and especially other professors, sorry, Prof, not him, of course. There are some of them that I wish they retire from the system, because I see them as a complete wall that you just can't do anything about them but just move them aside and move on. But that's the situation. And truly, as Prof said, it is one of the most difficult community to change. They tell you that we have been doing this. It's a culture. You just can't change it anyhow. It will take a long time. So it means if it is something that could be changed in 2 days, in the system, you have to wait maybe a month to be able to get everybody convinced that this will better what they are doing. So the eduid.ng offers this, as you can see, an identity federation for the academic community, meaning that if I'm a student or I'm a staff of University of Jos, I should, by arriving physically, maybe in University of Lagos, be able to log in and access the facilities in UNILAG as a staff or student of UNILAG, because we are operating on the same platform of identification. That means I'm identified as a person of that location. But then there must be an agreement and a trust between Jos and Lagos. And this eduid is being managed on our behalf by Eko-konnect, and it provides us access to cloud services, but as I said, in a trusted environment. So trust is key, is the core of an identity federation. It's the very core. And you can be sure that whatever you provide to the community will be secured, because it will also be verified. The credentials are always verified against what has been provided. And there are people who will ensure, just as Prof has said, the issue of data protection, meaning that there must be some people who will ensure that there is protection for both the user and the facility itself. Now, if you look at it, what we're hoping to achieve is seamless access to online data, information, tools that will be provided, and services. We are talking of repositories by the universities. Some of them are very rare artifacts that the university will be providing. Of course, you want everybody to have access, but have access in a form that is trusted. You want anybody who is getting your information, you know who it is and what he's using the data for. But that can be very complex if you have to implement that at individual level. And that's why having an identity federation will be useful, like the eduid.ng. So you remove the complexity of verifying who the user is, the level of access the user has, the credentials, the type of credentials you have, and all the privacy issues that, if there is, and anything that arises from that usage, as you can see, you can always know who to hold responsible. No, it's actually batteries off. So the Nigerian Identity Federation, as you can see, forms part of the open science. Now I'm trying to connect it to what open science, as I said, everything open infrastructure. It's only available on trust. Again, anything that you are providing will be on trust. And these are the array. If we look at the ren.ng, research and education network.ng, you will see this array of services. One is the federated identity, which is the IDF, open access repositories, because most of the facilities we'll be providing in the universities as far as repository are built on open access, open journals, learning and collaboration, meaning what kind of, I could actually, because just as Prof is saying, education 4.0 means that I must not literally go and sit in a class like this and have education anymore. I have actually made these statements at some forum. I've asked, do we really need buildings? Maybe the funding in education in Nigeria should start looking away from physical infrastructure to digital infrastructure. Yes, you have physical infrastructure for one reason or the other, but not necessarily keep expanding. Or if you want to open a university and they are asking you for how many hectares of land that you will require. So the modern university does not require hectares of land, because I know NUC will, before they approve a university, they want to see some size of land, which literally does not tally with what we are looking at now. So why is it important? Why is it important that we must have an identity federation, or we must engage with Eko-konnect to provide this? From the institutional perspective, this will allow our staff and users across the array of institutions. And for us in the committee of ICT directors, we are going beyond the universities, because we work with the polytechnics and colleges of education, because that's the entire landscape of tertiary education in Nigeria. They are in those three categories: either colleges of education, polytechnics. Under polytechnics, you have what they call monotechnics. That means they do one subject diploma and so on and so forth, and then the universities. So that's the entire landscape of higher education in Nigeria. We think that if we are able to, within that community, agree on a lot of things, then we can allow our users and our staff roam through the entire landscape without actually remembering that I have a username X in so location, so I don't have to go into a new location and begin to ask for credentials to log in or use the facility, because I'm coming with an inherited or agreed credential that everybody accepts. So we are providing secure access to services at what we call single sign-on. That means when you sign in once, that's for all the services that are available for all the staff of the institutions, you should also be able to get. You get a stronger security profile for the network. You solve user management issues, because you don't have to be creating user. You come tomorrow and you have to remember to delete the user maybe when he leaves, and so on and so forth. So these are issues that it is important that this will address. Now, of course, the first item there also affects both staff and students. For you to remember how many accounts you need to keep track of. You just have one, single sign-on, more collaboration opportunities, and potential access to more resources and data. Because some of these data are not actually available in the open web. It's running on internet technologies. Yes, if you do Google, sometimes you get, but not really. There are data that you cannot get those things except you sign in specifically into those services. You can't get access to them. Now, what we are talking about here is authentication, administration, and authorization. Okay, verify who the person is. And then when he gets in, what is his rights and privileges on the system? What can he do and what can he get? And then who can access what and at what time? Now, looking at the Nigerian Identity Federation policy, because there's a document guiding that and how we hope everybody who is interested will participate, which will look at the Identity Federation and its purpose, and then the terminology in this policy. Okay, so the federation is a community-driven effort, as discussed. Everyone is responsible for governing the federation. That means if you become part of it, you are also going to contribute to ensuring that it's working and it's secure. So in this section of the policy document, that's governance and roles, specific roles each member is expected to play is clearly stated. Obligations and rights of the federation members and operator. The governance looks like this. As you can see, this the federation operator here, okay? The ID steering committee, the technical committee, this is members here, specific roles for each member. These are membership for institution accredited with either AUC, as I said, that's for universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and other research institutes. Of course, the research institutes are managed by their parent ministries, which are different from these three other landscape. But of course, they are also at the level of higher education, but not really doing teaching, but mostly research for national development. So these also are very important because the output from this research are very important for even the institutions, students, and so on and so forth. So these are people eligible to join. How to join? You send in an application form, and when we look at it, it will go to this site. This process is very clearly defined. Now it is free. Maybe one day it will be charged. But I think as early birds, it's free for us to join. And this is also very important because with this, we can go as a group and a consortium to get access to other national and transnational IDFs or federations that are like EduGen. So which means if you are somewhere in in Europe, you can actually with your identity log in into any university and still get access because you already have an identity that is also trusted by their own federation. So this is very important. And you can access research materials and documents, collaborate more easily because you are coming from a trusted party and a known party for that matter. So you could see some milestones here that possibly if we don't meet up to some of these things, we could have issues going forward because it may cost us more money. Now that there's no dollar or euro or anything in Nigeria, actually, it's only naira. Even that one is tough. So there are legal implications that is covered. Okay, there are legal implications that are covered in legal conditions that are covered in the policy documents. Termination, liability, dispute resolution, amendments. So it's just like what we believe in. It is open. These are open to working together on them, adjusting them because until you join before you can make comment or advise in anything. So this already, I was looking at the news before I came in. My friend in Sokoto, Udusok, was announcing already this is operating in Udusok, and I'm hoping that when I go back, we used to be, we are friends but competitors. So I was telling him before I came that you first me on this one. I will look for something to face you to. But it's something we should also look at if we see the importance of that. So if you grab a copy of the presentation, you can look at the document. Now, Next steps, institutions should join the eduid.ng. And these are sites, policy document, how to sign in it. And then if you need support going forward, we can always send an email to support@eduid.ng or Eko-konnect, support@eko-konnect.ng. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Daniel. Thank you so much for you. It was a very educative lecture. Thank you. I think we'll reserve comments, questions, observations till the end of the presentation by the last speaker. Hope that's agreeable to us. Okay. Well, so I'm sure you're ready. Yeah. We'll give you 15 minutes. You're ready. Thank you.
The chairman of Eko-konnect, the chairman CVC and you, my colleague, chairman committee of directors of ICT, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. Let me start by saying that as librarians, I think we are consumers. Consumers in the sense that the technical people give us the infrastructure. We populate, and that is what I mean by we being consumers, because we are users of ICT. But we also have our own clientele. We have our people who are consumers too, who rely on what we have, including even the technical people too, because they also use literature. And now I'm looking at, though they said I'm trying to look at nurturing progress, enhancing Nigerian institutional repositories. I don't know if I don't need to go to start defining what repository is, but we already know what repository is. And what do we mean? That is where we capture and preserve the intellectual output of any institution. You know that the library has always been the base of literature output across the globe. But here now, we're now zeroing down to our particular institutions where we capture whatever is produced by our community, that is the university community. Now let us look at it, the institutional repositories in Nigerian universities. Today in Nigeria, even though I said 250, I know it's more than 250, we have over 250. And that's why I'm not specific, because it keeps growing. It's in Nigeria that we have data today, tomorrow it changes because of the development. So out of over 250 universities we have, as of this morning when I checked, I think it's about 262 or thereabout that we have, both public, private, and public and private. So and out of these over 250 universities, I think less than 10% of the university libraries have functional institutional repository. It is one thing for you to have a repository or this space deployed to your university library, but it's another thing for it to be functional. And when we say something is functional, when you get there, what you want, you can always get, you can always access it any time of the day. Only 31 institutional repositories are listed on the open door as in Nigeria, that is among the Nigerian universities. And many of the universities with IR are not even active. That's why we said functional now. You see, why we have to look at this and why this is important to us is because when I was in Mina, we struggled to make sure we have a repository in Mina. And glory to the glory of God, we were able to establish one, deploy the DSpace, work together with the director of ICT. And that's why I'm emphasizing that you as a librarian cannot do it on your own. Let us face that reality. And incidentally, the director of ICT that time is a colleague. We were in the same school then. And when he was appointed director of ICT, it was a very good opportunity for me. And I met him, Professor Adamu. We became professors at the same time. We were running the same program. So we were very good colleagues. And when I approached him, this is my plight. Immediately he swung into action. And eventually, we were able to deploy this space to FET Mina. And after deploying it, we had some challenges. He suggested, why don't you put this in cloud? I said, fine. I approached the VC, they approved, we paid, and it was there. In fact, for the 1 year that our subscription to cloud, it was during the COVID era. From COVID to ASU strike. From ASU strike, I exited. So you can see the scenario there. Then another problem or issue, the lining issue with university institutional repositories is this issue of persistent identifiers. And part of it is what the director of ICT just spoke about. So I think it's one area that we really need to work on. And then the monitoring of these IRs and maintenance is not, in fact, we just establish and just leave it. What is happening there, nobody even knows. And sometimes you can be embarrassed. You think you have something. I was in Kenyatta University. I went to their repository section. I was trying to be proud that yes, in my university we also have repository. But so I was so disappointed. We checked everything and nothing came up. That's because the kind of situation we are in Nigeria. We establish something, but we don't look after it. Now, what are the challenges? Main challenges now. One is poor infrastructure, especially in the rural settings. We have so many federal universities now in typical rural environment. I'll use my university as an example. Federal University Kashere is located in a village. Kashere is 63 kilometers to Gombe. Sometimes for a week you may not see light. So you can see, in fact, internet is a luxury. It's also now, you see, it's also the glory of God. We have a current VC who is very pushful, running up and down, going to Galaxy, going to this, trying to see how we can woo people to come to our aid. And another, this official scale personnel too is another problem to handle the repositories. If you establish repositories that are not people, it's another challenge. When I came in, one of the things I had in mind is the digital access to that university. How do I make it? How provide this, turn it into a digital environment? Looking at the university as a very small and new university, I feel it will be easier to put them on a very good landscape. But the issue is competent people. Since the deployment of this space to that university last year, we have been having difficulty in putting it on the network, even to put it on the university network. You can imagine. So you can't, except you look at it locally, Even Coma, the lab management software we are using, you can't browse it, you can't check it from here. And that has been a challenge. And this thing is a very big challenge in some parts of this country. You see, the thing is, sometimes when you come from sometimes I feel like going back to Mina to bring people to come and solve this problem for me. But you see, you have to follow gradually, gently, and to see that you're able to woo these people to understand. Until when they are pushed to the wall and I'm pushed to the wall, then I know even the VC will understand with me if I have to go either to Jos or to ATBU or to Mina or wherever that is closer to my university. Then there is no level of awareness or buy-in by our academic staff. It may sound funny, but that is the reality. Some of them don't even know there is anything that exists in the campus called institutional repository. Yes, you see that this discourse is always between the library, the ICT, and maybe people in the computer science and other things. But go to a department, tell somebody, except you have to educate, except you educate him again, this is what we are driving at. So it's a very difficult thing. I remember one of our colleagues sharing her experience at UNN when they started. UNN as one of the, I don't know what the situation is now, but I know UNN repository is very okay. And the librarian was sharing her experience when she was going for advocacy to tell the people, the academic staff to upload their publications. I was you want us what we have labored for. You want us to put it in the public domain. You can see the thinking of our people. You see, people don't really up to now don't realize the importance of repository or uploading or making their publications open for themselves and for their institution. It's not just for you. If people don't see you, they don't know you. Then many of them are not even online. You see them like the example I gave now. Then the problem of content population, yes, that is what I just said now, that a lot of people to get it populated is always a problem. And you as a librarian, you can, even if you put your own publications there, you need the publications of faculty members to make the repository functional. Then what are best practices? First and foremost, policy, institutional repository policy. For universities that already have repository, if you don't have policy, I think you should go back and start develop a policy for a repository. When we were to start MENA, we set up a committee. In fact, it was the university that set up a committee, which I chaired myself. And what we did is it's not something difficult. We used Covenant University, University of Ilorin, and Kenyatta University policies to draw our own policy. And the same thing we did in the Kashiri. So you must have a policy, then enhance accessibility. The metadata must be of good quality and standard that is you can interoperate with other systems. It's not the kind of metadata you just produce, you keep. It's something that if you use it, you should be able to operate it. And thank God, with the last workshop we had with Librarians, that issue came up, and we were able to set up a committee from ONU, which worked closely with Librarians and Librarians if they are going to do metadata standardization, which can be applicable or used by any repository in Nigeria. Then increasing visibility. So you can use such strategies as search engine optimization, social media promotion and collaboration with scholarly networks. If you have this kind of collaboration and we're able to do, we'll be able to increase visibility of what we have. For example, if you look at the moment you continue to, there's much use of your repository, you find out immediately somebody begins to search, it pops up. Then with our students, or many of us, not just students, in fact, like these days, like even retirees use social media more because more than even the students now. So that you see that the use, the visibility will be more if there's usage. Then the impact must be measured. You can use metrics such as downloads, citations, and other usage statistics to measure the impact of contents of our repository. Then, what can we do to improve our own situation? First, advocacy. And this advocacy still go back to us as librarians. Nobody will cry for you. You have to do the cry. So this advocacy goes back to librarians. I don't want to say all know, because all know is not a body, but librarians back in various universities. You just have to do this advocacy, popularize the availability of your repositories. Then training. Yes, if you have your budget in the library, then there's need for you to train your staff. You have to convince your vice chancellor that you need to train your staff on the use of this thing. Then executive support. You cannot fight me as the vice chancellor and expect to get what you want from me. You have to calm down. Yes. I know some of people do that. If you are confrontational with the vice chancellor, you can't get anything. But try to convince your vice chancellor to have a buy-in with whatever you are doing. The moment you have that support, then you are good to go. Then bring in other stakeholders. And here, directors of research, directors of ICT, they are our collaborators. If you say you want to do it all alone, you will run into issues. But when you have the directors of research, directors of ICT, the directors of ICT, anything that has to do with the technical aspect, they are concerned. When you have issues, they come to your rescue. Then establish sustainable funding platform. How do you fund it? I know all universities charge students for library usage. Meet your vice chancellor. If you have issues, so that you can always have some budget from that money to address any issue that is pertaining to repository. Then federating institutional repositories. This is very important. I think the director of ICT also spoke about it now. And you see, if you have your repository is standalone, then it is not good. But you should be able to link with other repositories. And the moment that is available, then we will have. And you see, even if you are having issues, the moment you can see, for instance, if I can view JOS and they cannot view me, then I should be able to speak with JOS. What is the issue? I'm seeing you and you cannot see me. When I was in the office one day, somebody called me from National Library. She was my classmate. And she called me from National Library. I said, Prof, good morning. I said, good morning, how are you? She said, see, we are seeing you here. What is happening? Why did you start this thing? We have been trying and where nobody is seeing us. That's the National Library. These are the people that are supposed to champion our cause. But there are the people who complain. I said, come and see, meet me if you want that technical support. Come and meet me now. Okay, sir. Then there must be functional consortium arrangements to reduce the cost of getting DOS, because that is very important. And if there is this consortium, you see that the bargaining power improve, and whatever we are getting is at a lesser cost because of this consortium arrangement. Then formulation and enforcement. I think I've said that before. There must be a policy on ground. Then, most importantly for our universities, tie the upload to the promotion and monitor the content. I want to give you an example. Then, when I wanted to make a drive, people they were relaxed. But that year, I think it was 2019, the VC said, well, if I cannot see you, if you do not upload, then forget promotion this year. Believe me, sincerely, people started. In fact, that year I said, okay, all we need this year is just your app. Your website must be populated. And that year, the director of ICT must download your page, whatever you have uploaded. And that is what I'm going to use to assess you. It's not what you submit in your CV. So if you upload only 4 publications, only the 4 publications will be used for you, no matter what you have submitted. By the following year, I think now you even have to upload your publications in 30. So that thing really helps. And there are times if you don't force, one thing about our people is we know that there is ASU, and ASU has a limit. If you say it doesn't have a limit, we're deceiving ourselves. Anything that concerns your welfare as an academic staff, ASU will always be there. But anything that will promote scholarship, I don't think ASU will kick against it. Before there was this acceptance and use of systems in Mina, we had a vice chancellor, Professor Tukur. He said he's tired of seeing papers in the Senate. They should reduce paper. And the next thing, they made arrangement with Zynos. Zynos came, bought laptops. We bought laptops, and these laptops, when we bought them, they were deducted from our salary, so we didn't feel it. And that was the first time many people had their personal laptop. And it has really helped because even everybody now, you own a laptop, definitely, even if you have not been using the system, you are forced to use it. You can't be watching it. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative for stakeholders to collaborate and invest in the sustainable development of Nigerian institutional repositories to foster a culture of open access and knowledge sharing. In conclusion, nurturing progress in Nigerian institutional repository requires a concerted effort to address the challenges, implement best practices, and leverage emerging opportunities for repository enhancement and improved service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Azan. Another round of applause for him. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have about 10 minutes to end this session. So the floor is going to be open for questions, comments, suggestions, the way forward. Some of the statistics that Professor Alazan read out now, they are humbling but troubling. We shouldn't continue this way. So please offer suggestions too, not just their questions. Thank you. So the floor is open. Yes, sir.
I like that bit about humbling or troubling. So I'm thinking to myself, prof is right. But I actually think it's more than humbling. I think it's actually woeful. It is not. When we think about the science, it's not just good. But I thought I would take the challenge that you had actually thrown to us as leaders and to put it back in your court. So I'm hearing that there's progress. So there is a shared metadata scheme, without which this whole notion of sharing data is redundant. That's there. I'm hearing from you from the CVC that yes, We have learned how to work with each other, but we're ready to move forward now. So from the ICT directors, I'm also hearing a fundamental piece of infrastructure. There is the governance of that infrastructure is actually being addressed. So this is the bit I'm not clear. If we've got on, right, with a clear understanding of the issues, the challenges, and where we'd like to go to, and we've got DICT with a similar understanding and willingness at the university leadership level to drive things forward, then what's really stopping us? So that's the question. Now, this is the suggestion. So we have been doing a lot of work, as we mentioned. Quite I'm from Waka. And we're in the shit. So you shouldn't miss. So yes, we have been doing a lot of work with the community, intentionally, because this is what we see. We see that the elements that we need to actually take the step forward are there, but it is the community itself that hasn't harnessed. So can we look at harnessing that? So as worker, if you take very bold steps in this conference, I'm sure some of you know we have a conference, our own annual conference coming up in March. So we're very keen to take outcomes from this conference that we conclude on in March, being possible to drive a year of change. So can I challenge you as leaders, university leaders, as ICT leaders, as library leaders, to take these things, these challenges that you have enumerated, and take the benefits or whatever the advances that we have made, and come out of here with it that says we will do something. So on the policy side, from the Lipton Symposia and the work that we've done with some excellent researchers in the community, we have a draft policy, one that describes and connects these issues. Can CVC, for instance, take the lead with such a draft and try and adopt it? Now, adopt it, yes, we know that political issues, the politics, but within the context of CVC, your community of vice chancellors, you can drive an agenda. Now, if the library or the librarians on campus have their vice chancellors, sort of attuned to that agenda, then they have more power on campus to actually drive their own agenda. The institutional repositories, for instance, and likewise in the ICT. So that's what I would like to.
Yeah, quickly. Just as you said in terms of next steps, which actually I didn't quickly mention it, but what we are thinking of doing in the committee of ICT directors is to ensure that we have members, some part of members of the committee in the steering committee for EDUID, so that we are actually owning this process. So similarly, I think the librarians will do the same. So it means the librarians and the ICT directors are going to sit on the same table, discussing the same matter, managing and steering the same issue. That will strongly bring the issue of especially the EPUID.ng, which we see as a gateway to this collaboration and sharing of all that we are doing. I think all of us have moved out of our individual shells of my comfort zone now. We really need to dive into the bigger blue water, and holding each other, I think we can swim through it. So for us, with this, we can now be talking of when we are talking about EDUID, we are talking as librarians and ICT directors, not only as directors of ICT or librarians talking, but we're all talking on a matter that concerns all of us. Because one of the major things also that ties to this is having persistent identifiers that goes with the documents that will be available on the repository. And then until, of course, you have trusted parties working together. And I'm happy because I keep telling my librarians at just previous and even the current one that we are the best of friends. Actually, we are the two people who should be cousins before any other person. So I think if all of us understand that, then we would have long past that position we are talking. Thank you.
Sorry, just as a rider to what you said. I know the last September when we had Librarians workshop, there was a committee set up on these uh, PIDs, and I think we nominated five, is it four or five, three, I think three librarians, university librarians. But I don't know, it's like nothing has happened. But the reality of it, which I think we have to face, is if we continue to use principal officers of the universities to do something, we will not move forward. I won't lie to you. If we are to nominate, if you remember when we were to do this issue of metadata, I told you, let us look for the upcoming librarians that are still very sharp. They have not been too burdened with responsibilities in office, and within a very short time, from Dr. Tidele and Adeni Adeleke, Dr. Adeleke, as a cataloger, supervised this project, and it was successful within a very short time. And I think that is the same drive that we require. If anything has to be done at a committee level, my candid advice, let us go for people, the middle level operational staff. They will give you, they will do the work. All we have to do is just to provide the leadership.
Professor Chief, at the CDC level, is it not possible to move this conversation away from science, technology realm, so that we put it at the level of a culture, a university culture, so that vice chancellors stop saying open science or all these issues as IT related, science related, and then the CDC will be in a better position to be able to elevate the discussion to that level.
Yeah, the issue of nomenclature and how that clouds our understanding of how we do things. And I think, yes, we started moving out of that type of scenario and drawing it up. Now we're talking about open humanities. So that the people in the humanities will understand that it is not only about science. So there's open social science. And that's why I mentioned the fact that we are now working with the academies. Because in the past, it used to be the academies were kept out of the loop. They were doing their things differently, and we were doing our things differently. So if you understand that all of us are members of a professional association, Historical Society of Nigeria, English Language Society, Political Science Association, and then at the level of the faculty, at the faculty level, belong to academies. So if we engage the academies at that level and bring them into the loop, which is what we are going to be doing, which what we will be doing this year as part of our work plan, which we have also agreed with Wakren and Eko-konnect, to bring these stakeholders into the loop and agree. I think what I'm going to take away from here is to say, okay, let us now see how it will become an aspect of our university culture so that we can agree that as an academic, this is your operational space. This is what you need to do to become an accomplished academic. And we're also using the carrot, the stick, like you mentioned. So, and for us, issues of promotion are very dear to our hearts. So you want to get promoted, go online. You want to do this thing, run your work through a plagiarism checker. So all those things we are like entrapment. If I permit me to use that word, but it's we've had to use that stick for a very long time. Otherwise, some of our not even the older colleagues, even some of our junior colleagues who don't really care, will stay outside of that group. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay, we'll just take about 2 more. Any lady? Take care. Let's okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, lady, 4, 5. Okay, quickly.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ose Okashi. I work at the University of Lagos, currently heading the Medical Library College of Medicine. Now, I want to state that mine is a contribution to. I want to state that the library or the librarians have a serious role to play in all this, just like it has already been emphasized. Our host was making his presentation. We identified some challenges, which included problem with updating IR skills, advocacy issues. I was asking myself, okay, fine. When he was only talking about ways to improve our IR or to make it better, we talked about advocacy. I was expecting him to possibly, give us a brief explanation of what he actually meant or how we could go about that advocacy issue to be able to achieve the desired goal. Now, there are some things a lot of us do not yet understand or are still battling to understand. What I'm going to do in the area of IR is centered not just within the library or among the librarians. Every academic member of the institution is involved in this. If we limit it to the librarians only, we will always have challenges. Now, what, for instance, in the University of Lagos, what do we do in that regard? We understand that a lot of people are having issues uploading their content or releasing their content to upload it in the IR. But will tell you, what I able for, I want to come and give it to the university. Now, there has been emphasis on information literacy. We tend to forget that we need to equally go with what we call scholarly communication literacy. Many academics in the university do not actually understand what scholarly communication is all about and the benefits that one can get through that. What we do, for instance, in the College of Medicine, what we do, we organize training for academic members of the institution, during which we make them realize the benefits that they tend to achieve on their own as individual, besides what is job will achieve. We make them realize the need for them to make themselves visible through submitting their works in the IR. Now, what else do we do? In populating this, if you check most of the IRs that we have, and what you see there is thesis, dissertation, mainly that is what you see. A lot of us do not have a real consensus in the area of articles published by institutions. Now, when you see some of them, what you see is just abstract of very few of their obligations. What we also do, besides telling them, submit your articles, when you do that, what they do is they submit the articles that were sponsored, the conferences that they attended, papers that present at conferences which the university sponsored. And what we do is, any other one, at any time you take permission from the university to attend the conference, whether university sponsored it or not. For the fact you told us that you should have tried to go for a conference and going to make presentations there, whatever we send wants to be uploaded in our content. So these are another things that we can also do. I've talked about scholarly communication literacy. I've talked about helping them. Again, hosted archiving. Now, librarians in law, especially when you have very massive population of academic members or staff, librarians alone might not be able to upload all this. So now what we're doing is to train all the academic members of the institution such that they will have the skill to upload even from their offices or from their homes using their computers. So we train them so that at the end of the day, what they do They do self-archiving, they upload their contents on their own. So I think if every institution in Nigeria should adopt this, it will help us a great deal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please, I crave your indulgence for us to limit comments, questions to maybe just 1 minute. We're actually running out of time. Thank you. Number two.
Thank you, sir. I want to appreciate the panelists for their thought-provoking contributions. Mine is not a question, it's just to share the experience. We have agreed here that the problem we have is content in the IRs and even in the Edu ID. So what we do in our own institution is that we do document campaign. So one of the old professors in our university, after that document campaign, by the time he checked his citation on Google Scholar, he had well over 800 now. From less than 100, it jumped to 800. How did we achieve that? We asked him to submit all of his publications because many of them are placed. They are the journal articles that were published before the advent of the internet. So what we now did was help him to scan all of them. He paid to the library, and we helped him with uploaded. And by the time all these things, were online, those who have used his work and published them, and the works are available online. By the time Google Scholar was, trying to track those publications, all the citations came up, and that was how his citation jumped up. So if we can adopt that, it's going to help us a lot. The committee of vice chancellor did something, they came up, I think, with the Eko-konnect and then using the Eagle scan plagiarism checker. The problem that one had was the issue of having content that the robots will crawl into, to actually determine the similarity indices of some of the publications. But if we all have content from Nigeria, definitely that problem will be solved, and whatever homegrown plagiarism checker that we develop, it will work. But it may not work now because we don't have content. But if we do document campaign in our institutions, definitely we have more content in our repositories. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Another appeal, please. Running out of time. Please make your comments within 1 minute, please.
Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Kiremizi from Futo Library. Mine is a question on the challenges of institutional repositories. Prof, you had read out to us what the challenges are, and I have a particular challenge. It's about circle of interest, sustainability. There are times you find a particular vice chancellor probably is interested in this particular vendor, and the vendor comes in to establish or develop this IR. Then after probably 5 years, that vice chancellor steps down, and then another person comes in and probably has a friend somewhere who has another package to deliver. And then you find this collaboration, they want to start up another thing. And then it means that what the previous VC or the previous team had done is kind of more, it becomes moribund, and then they start all over. So how can we address this? Because it's becoming a very big challenge for some of us who work in IR and who work in libraries. Sustainability is not there, and it's part of the problem that is actually hindering visibility of our IR. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. I'm Dr. Speaking from UNICEF. Okay. I just wanted to stress on what almost said and touch a bit on what the last speaker just said. I think because the issue of open access and lip sense it's not today that we started talking about them. I think we need to stress that the chief executives should be able to adopt these things and run with it. In our universities, we tend to always move in the direction of the chief executive in terms of policy. And where they have not been able to strongly adopt these things, or the federal, maybe NUC or the TED fund, funding bodies, moderating bodies, hand it over to them as a directive. They tend to engage and move in the direction of what they think. So I think, like Professor Chefu has said, in the direction they are going to, there is need for this to be drawn down. And of course, when there's a change in pattern, this thing also have to come up strongly so that we have a direction in Nigeria as a whole where the universities and the institutions are going in terms of adoption of technology and roadmap. Thank you.
Thanks to the presenters for good presentation. Many of the institutional repositories do not have persistent identifiers. How do librarians obtain these persistent identifiers? And also, in any case, is the PIDs the same as the DOIs? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just let me, Dr. Ngozi Okashi, thank you for your advice because yours is a suggestion of what you do in Unilab. And I think this is a take home for everybody or every librarian that is here. Then the document campaign by Dr. Adeleke is another welcome drive. Then the use of change of vendors. You see, many of us in Nigeria today, I don't know, except maybe many of us are on this case. And if you install your displays and it is working fine, there's no problem. Except there's another version of displays. Maybe you get somebody to come and upgrade. Because I don't know, we have people who are more experts here. Owen, I know when I've been campaigning, he's been handling this issue of repositories. So we'll be able to throw more light on it. But this issue of change of pattern, there are certain aspects of university services I don't think the vice chancellors will actually want to venture into. And when somebody comes, it is now your responsibility to the librarian to educate him. This thing we are running here, any attempt will disrupt our services. And if it was installed by a vendor and the director, and that is why when you are doing these things, you don't go alone, you involve your ICT. They know what it is. If you have a very strong ICT unit in the university, I don't think the idea of even involving vendors will arise anymore because they know what they are doing, they know what to do when you run into problems. But I don't know, maybe when some people may want to add one or two things. And then the issue of PIDs. I will leave that to the ICT one.
Yeah, quickly, I think the vice chancellors are getting wise. We don't have issues of a vice chancellor coming in and changing vendor for it's not the days of portals and I don't think any vice chancellor should think of that. But if any is doing that now, that's unfortunate, really, because these are institutional assets and infrastructure, so it's not a personal thing. And if it is working and everybody thinks it's working, there shouldn't be. And there's also a Senate. There are bodies that not really checkmate the vice chancellor, but he should also be careful with such bodies. And I think the question of DOIs are persistent identifiers. I think that's the word I will use. DOIs are also persistent identifiers, and DOIs are required actually now to make articles look genuine, because we have a lot of publishers on the internet. Everybody can be a publisher, but we are now talking of scholarly publications, publications that carry quality, publications that have been properly reviewed or have been peer reviewed. So DOIs become a good identifier, digital identifiers that you can attach to these documents. But in essence, they are also a persistent identifier, if I would use that word.
Just to quickly add that, usually when a new vice chancellor comes, it is the librarian, the director of ICT that will go and tell him that this thing is not working, and make a case for the thing to be changed. If he comes with his own vendor, that is his friend, he will send him to the director of ICT or to the librarian to go and have a conversation. Is when they don't agree that we now understand whether one thing is working or one thing is not working. But the question we should ask ourselves is that the platform that we have, is it working for the investor? Do people know it? Are people using it? If they are, there's no vice chancellor will come and throw it out just because he wants to bring his own vendor. And I think what we should all take away from here is the point that Prof made, that it should become part and parcel of our culture as a university, as a system. The library is the only aspect of our accreditation that if you fail, you are gone. So if NUC has ranked it that high in the entire accreditation spectrum, then we shouldn't be here complaining about not having the power. So I think that is where we should kick it in from. That if your library is not here, this is the consequences. And many vice chancellors understand that much. So please let us take that, tie it together with the fact that we need to make this a culture and move out of, say, library ICT to become a university-wide arrangement for us to make progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to put our hands together. I want to thank the panelists. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, your insights, your contributions. Daniel Yakmut, thank you so much. Professor Jibril Alazan, I'm very grateful for your contributions. Thank you. We've come to the end of this session. I believe we have one or two things to take away from here. Is there anybody here who doesn't have one or two things he or she is taking away from this session? Thank you so much. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you, Owen. So it's great to be here. I've had my introduction. So my own job is quite simple: introduce our speakers for today and moderate. So our speakers for today is Mrs. Jane Egerton Idehen, MD CEO Nigerian Communications. She'll be joining us. She's still on her way. She got stuck with all the traffic in Lagos. She didn't know the Third Mainland Bridge was shut, and so she'll join us shortly. And we have Mr. Mohammed Mahmoud. Please join us here. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Omo Maya, please join us.
So we'll wait for Mrs. Jane. She'll join us shortly. However, I'll go ahead and read out their profiles. Jane Nkechi Egerton Edehe is the MD CEO for NIG-ComSat, Nigeria's communication satellite. She's a tech executive, author, and angel investor. She was the head of sales in Middle East and Africa, Meta, which is Facebook. Before that, she was country manager in Nigeria and the regional sales director for the West African branch of Avanti Communications Group, PLC, which is a British communication company with a fleet of satellites in space. She worked in various technical, sales, and management roles in the telecommunication infrastructure giant Ericsson. She also worked as a cluster lead for Nokia Siemens network in West Africa. She graduated from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. She furthered her education at Warwick Business School in the UK, where she received a master's degree. She received an executive education at both Harvard Business School and Yale School of Management in the United States. She has worked in the telecommunication industry in Africa for more than 17 years. Her knowledge of technology, ability to manage complex stakeholder relationships, and skill to manage teams and create strategies to support growth and drive business are key to her success. Being one of the few females heading key business areas in the tech industry has exposed Jane to numerous professional and personal challenges peculiar to women. Spurred by discussions with fellow female executives around the globe, she organized a forum at Ericsson in which emerging and experienced female leaders could support each other in developing their careers. The overwhelming success of the forum led her to found Women and Career to reach women beyond her organization and to support girls seeking careers after school. In March 2020, she published a book. She wrote, Be Fearless, Give Yourself Permission to Be You. She drew from her over 15 years of experience as a telecommunication executive in Africa to help women build lasting careers, especially in the male-dominated STEM industries. This book hit 7 Amazon bestsellers list on March 17, 2020, climbing to #1 in the business ethics and knowledge capital categories. So we'll welcome Jane when she does get in. Our other speaker is Mr. Mohammed Mahmoud, a software engineer boasting a career spanning over 25 years in IT consultancy. His extensive expertise encompasses the orchestration of IT policy strategies for prominent governmental and private entities. Prior to establishing an ICT consulting firm with partners in 2006, Mahmoud held the role of system administrator at the Petroleum Special Trust Fund throughout its operational tenure, with a portfolio showcasing the successful deployment of myriad applications leveraging web development and desktop programming frameworks. Mahmoud has been driving technological advancements across diverse corporate and governmental sectors. His influence extends beyond purely technical realms, having served as a technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Education. Mahmoud's impact reverberated through his former role as a board member of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, and a council member of the Computer Registration Council of Nigeria. Notably, Mahmoud contributed significantly to the Federal Ministry of Education's COVID-19 ICT Emergency Response Team and as coordinator on the National Digital Learning Policy Committee. His dedication further manifested in his tenure as a UBEC Smart Schools Project Implementation Task Team member. Presently, Mahmoud is the head of the Technical Services Unit of the UBEC Digital Resource Center. Please let's welcome him. So our next speaker, Mr. Omo Oaya. Oaya, right? I should know it better than this. Has been offering consultancy and management support to research and academic institutions in Africa for the last 20 years.
So I believe most of us know him here. He is currently the Chief Strategy Officer of the West and Central African Research and Education Network, WACREN, where he drives strategic growth, developing partnerships to sustain initiatives in its constituents and RENs, and facilitating plans for the future. So the creator of the LipSense initiative, he has been working with sister regional African RENs, ASREN and Ubuntu Net Alliance, several national RENs, library associations, universities, research communities in Africa to build communities of practice and strengthen local and national services to support open science and research in Africa. A big welcome to you, sir. Thank you. So we're going to start right away so we can manage our time better. We'll start with Mr. Mohamed Mahmoud. 20 minutes. Over to you, sir.
Bonjour, madame et messieurs. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to read English, right? You see, that's good. The chairperson, I don't know, called chairman or chairperson, because I think there's a gender issue here, made my profile sound so nice. I was very happy because, you know, the first panel, the professors, the doctors, and you start to get really afraid. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to quickly talk about a boring topic, policy. The National Digital Learning Policy, which the first panel actually talked a lot about things I was then pinning back to this. So I'll refer to your wonderful panel quite a bit. It's the tagline is inquisitiveness, innovation, and inclusion. So what are the challenges very quickly? The challenge is we really all know the challenges. If you wake a Nigerian up in the morning and say, what are the challenges in put it in a box, any box, then the answer is you're always going to start over here. So you say funding. Okay, funding. The reality is, I remember in one of the many committees we worked on, we actually said, okay, look, nobody should mention funding as a challenge because it's universal, so it should not be mentioned. It's like saying water is life. I mean, we know that, so what next? Okay, so the policy framework really has to identify who are the stakeholders, who are the main stakeholders. And usually that becomes a problem when we're doing this. Again, implementation. Nigeria has so many policies. The last minister for the economy, I think he did like 34 or something policies. So we have a lot of documentation about what we want to do, the wish list. But the problem really is from the KPIs. We hardly come up with KPIs for them. When we do, they stay in the documents. So again, integration with the many moving parts in terms of economy, technology, infrastructure, and so on. I've said again, funding policy, I'll ignore that. And then again, open data policy. The first panel talked a lot about open. Okay, in the technology sector, we say open data. How do you provide free data? How do you make it free? It doesn't mean free in the sense that the person that has authored it doesn't get any incentive. It means that it's available to who needs it. Okay, and of course, the last bit, advocacy, which is very important. And I heard Professor Chief mentioned that and others with regards to what we're talking about. So, what are the gaps? Skills gap. Digital literacy. So, there's a digital literacy guideline coming out of NIDA a couple of years ago, and it mentions what it means in terms of digital literacy. We're talking about digital learning now, which is a step above, but you have to be able to use your phone to do WhatsApp, Facebook, that sort of thing. And then, of course, STEM education. Nigeria has, over the past roughly 15 years, decided that it's going to focus its education on STEM. So we talk a lot about it, and there's still a very large gap. Online resources. Now, this is talking about accessibility and content. We still have a large space in that, and the first panel addresses quite so that meant that there was a need to move from ICT in education policy, which existed for several years before this, to move from that bit to digital learning, because ICT in education is saying, okay, when we have, okay, we need computers here, we need a server there, we need a connection over here, we need a lab. That's ICT. So how do you apply to education? How do we provide these items in schools? So we have to move from that, to move to a more inclusive thing when you're talking about how does that impact on learning outcomes. Okay, so again, it was mentioned, COVID was an eye-opener. If universities, to quote, I think, Prof, if some universities were saying, okay, we're doing WhatsApp and we're doing great. If we get there, then we know that there's a problem. Okay, I'm not saying using WhatsApp is a bad thing for education. I've seen it applied properly. Okay, but I mean we should be way ahead of it. Yeah. So COVID created a situation where people started to listen to Daniel and some of us. Okay, because I'm sure Daniel was not talking about infrastructure only when COVID came along. Okay. And if you see the level of whiteness in my beard, you know I was not talking about reform 2019. Okay, so this was my, okay, it meant policymakers, executives started to listen. Okay, unfortunately, it takes a disaster sometimes for that to happen. Okay, so we're thinking, let me skip some of these things. So it was initiated officially in 2020. What were the objectives? Okay, yes, of course, provide a cohesive policy to talk about how do we acquire digital learning, how do we get it across the education system entirely. Okay, it was essentially going to mean a paradigm shift in terms of pedagogy, the teaching methods. Prof mentioned the inertia. I'm happy I'm not the one to bring it up. It was the academics bringing it up. The inertia of the academia to move from traditional methods to the new methods. So it's still there. I mean, everybody's been talking about digitalization and all the fancy words, but we still have that part where you go to a Nigerian university, you apply, and then before you get in, you filled like 20 booklets of paper. So we're still doing that. Okay, you're applying for something that, for instance, you go to a digital portal and you put in your name and you start off. And then when you've done all that, you come back and physically do everything again. So there's that paradigm shift that we need to do. So addressing Nigeria's diversity, economy, access, and telecommunications infrastructure gap. There are, I understand, over 300 languages spoken in Nigeria. You can see it from the fact that we're all Nigerian, but we have trouble pronouncing each other's names. So we're very diverse, but it's not really a problem if we can get all the other items working. Okay, so because I'll talk about these later. So the policy is built on 5 major pillars. Direction, general guidelines. Every nation does a sort of digital policy. A lot of them I've looked online before we started this. They called it different names. Basically, they're digital-led policies. So each one followed whatever they thought was aligned to their objectives. So that's one. 2, platforms development, software engineers. Can they do it for us? Can we get our localized CPN members to do these things? 3, content. Extremely important. This event talks about libraries, but it's really talking about what? Content at the end of the day. It's about content. Okay. 4, of course, infrastructure, access, and access devices. Professor Al-Hassan mentioned the problem with that in the first part. And finally, capacity building. If you have 5 of this, if you solve these things, largely you could say that you've arrived in the digital age properly. So, in the last panel, I was actually interested if that somebody would talk about government policy on these, and it's not very clear. But certainly, any policy you do, you have to think about what the government wants. Okay, so it's very important for the policy to align with the existing policy before it. Okay, we've said this. Okay. I'm going to skip a lot of this because I'm already bored with my own presentation. Okay. Okay. It emphasizes quality content and so on. And you try to provide baselines for formats. For instance, coming into the digital age, I still find a lot of websites, as Nigerian websites, carry a lot of PDFs, portable document format, PDF, coming from Adobe. Comes from a company, it's standardized on ISO 300 or 3200 or so. But the point is, PDF is not really good for consumption, as we know now. So how do we make sure that when we're creating LMSs, learning management systems, we're putting in the right content types? Okay, so it talks about that. How do we get, for instance, at the lower level, not tertiary, NERDC, yeah, the agency responsible for content. How do we get it to tell us how to assess videos as opposed to text? How to assess simulations as opposed to text? Audio material, okay? We're still not there yet, but this is what the policy is supposed to talk about, okay? This is talking about each sector, so I'll skip a lot of this. But in terms of access, the underserved societies in Nigeria have the problem, like Prof gave an example of tertiary. It's an example of a very large swathe of Nigeria, where you have, for instance, in Lagos and Abuja, you get 2 meg average download speeds, yeah? But if you go out there and you ask your device to download a text base, what are you talking about? What you're saying? So we have to fix that, the infrastructure problem. So there's also another policy that this one leans on, that is the national broadband policy coming out of the Ministry of Communications Digital Economy. Okay. So 0 rating of access. How do we get companies, the Airtels, the MTNs, how do they give free access to education-related agencies or institutions? So .edus, how do you 0 rate that so that you're not paying anything for accessing content on rents, for instance? How do we do that? Talks about it. Okay. How do you get lecturers, teachers to have affordable devices. Can you do a device for teachers? So that it's not the foldable phone that Owen probably uses. Yeah, I cannot afford that, so I have to point it to you. So how do you do devices for teachers? How do you get things that will work? That is not necessarily the coolest device, but it's functional and works. Yeah. So all of that. How do you encourage a certain sphere, criteria for that? We had some meetings with NCC, the National Communications Commission. That is the Federal Certification had some talk about how do we do that? How do we get companies to provide such devices? Okay. Oh, wait, you were part of that discussion, I think, earlier in 2021. Yeah. Okay. Capacity building. I don't need to talk about that. Sorry?
8 minutes.
8 minutes more. Well, that means I'm doing the This is one of the efforts of the Federal Certification for the basic education in terms of creating an LMS. This is online already. This is another one with UNICEF coming in. So we did some baselines of that. But I want to talk about this. And it's part of the National Digital Learning Policy as questions, not so much as answers, but as questions. Because when we started this, ChatGPT had come online. I'm a sci-fi aficionado. I love sci-fi. I saw somebody, you put up Star Wars, Battlestar, right? I love that. AI, when I was growing up, I grew up on Terminator series, the Terminator things, the Battlestar Galacticas, and you have robots in Star Trek. Okay? At that time, it was what? Science fiction. But then ChatGPT made it what? Science fact. Okay? The challenge for Professor Uchefu, Al-Hassan, Daniel, and all the rest of the academics here that I was really afraid of until my chairman gave me a very good profile. This is the challenge. AI, how do we assess learning outcomes when I can sit and do a dissertation in 20 minutes? How do we do that? Somebody talked about plagiarism in checkers. How do you check for that? It's a challenge. I know that I'll give you what is happening. Yeah? The people that wrote the AI that is creating this disruption are also writing the plagiarism checkers. Correct? Yeah. Where do you think you're going to end up? We have a problem. So the reality is change begets change. It means that the Nigerian academic system has to adapt, not fight, has to adapt to the reality of artificial intelligence, or some people like to say machine intelligence. Because believe me, I've been in software engineering for a lot of years, but when ChatGPT came along, what it does, the Bards, the Gemini, and all the others, it's incredible. And this is a software engineer talking to you. So what do you think? You ask me a question that you would wait maybe 2 or 3 hours for an expert to put together and send it to you. They say, sure, and it's there in 2 seconds. It says, sure, and it's okay. So when it hallucinates, hallucination is for those of us that are not software engineers. Hallucination is when the system gives you an answer with complete confidence, but it's completely bogus. Okay? Yeah? So it does that. So you have all of these problems. So, but what I'm saying is learning outcomes. How do we assess that? Content creation. Just 2 days ago, I was reading that a lady won a prestigious writing award. And then she declared that the novel she wrote, ChatGPT. Yeah, okay? It's winning art competitions. It's winning writing competitions and so on. So it's a big challenge. This one is interesting to Africans, all of us here. Language model bias, the LLMs. These are the basis of AI. Okay. Today, most of the content on the internet is what? It's Western. It's not African. It's Western. So, a good example here is I bought this thing here, and it measures my my pulse. Before I had the old one, it had a problem because I'm very black. I'm very black, so it couldn't really read my pulse. Very irritating. But it comes up because all of the tests, all of the guinea pigs, to use Professor Uchefi's words, all of the guinea pigs they used to get this up, were white. Were white, not blacks. So language bias is also in that our culture, our understanding, our religious backgrounds. You know, Nigerians we're extremely religious. And I mean extremely. I don't have to argue that one out. Okay? It's not there. So when these systems give you answers about certain things, it's leaning towards where? The West. Okay? So how do we get our own LLMs, large language models that speak to us in so many ways? Yeah? Reassessing assessments. I've said that already. Research methodologies. Why would you do a lot of research that ChatGPT will then give you an answer in 2 seconds? How do you do that? What value do you get out of it? These are questions we have to ask ourselves. Okay? Let me move on. E-safety, of course. Our children are out there. If ChatGPT can give you fake answers, it can give it to you. Yes. So how do we address those challenges? I said it right at the beginning, adapting, so that we can bridge the divide, the have and have-nots, the underserved, okay, the Lagos and the Kasherit, yeah? Yeah, cultural inclusivity. Yeah, there are we said 300 languages. How do you make that? I mean, one model, I think in Google, they did a test. It was trained on an English system. And somebody then wrote in Malay, asked a question in Malay, and it asked again. The person kept asking. After like 5, 6 different questions, the system could then speak in Malay. The entire language. I'm telling you, this thing blows my mind. Okay? So, how do we get that? Okay? Yes, you need regulatory frameworks. If Sam Altman, okay, the CEO of ChatGPT, is saying we need regulation, then I don't have to argue that. So there are opportunities. There are opportunities to address African problems with AI, but we have to wake up to that first. Yeah, stakeholders. I'm certainly not interested in this. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that enlightening presentation. Some key topics there: policy frameworks, ChatGPT, AI. Those are the buzzwords of today. So I think we all have to get into it. But we'll take our questions at the end of the third presentation. So Omo, over to you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation, and I'm going to plug the next tomorrow's workshop because it speaks to one of the topics you mentioned. So we're talking AI, and you're right, AI. Everybody, his dog and his cat wants AI, but the issues are the same issues you highlighted. So if this AI is using data that's not from us, then what kind of AI do we expect? So we do need to sort of start to think about how we gather this data, especially our core interest is NRENs, research data, and how it's managed within our campuses. So that's what tomorrow's session and the day after is on. So some of you will be joining us, Stephen, it's not everybody, but some of you will be joining us, and we'll be looking to chart about where we get some kind of next steps elucidated. The only other issue I thought you didn't mention, I think you mentioned rents. When you listed the telcos and everybody else, you missed the role of the end as fundamental, to this change you're looking for. Because you're talking infrastructure, you're talking university culture, and that needs to happen in the construct. Anyway, enough of your presentation. So leave it to mine. So I wanted to talk about Eko-konnect chose a title for me, so I just kind of added to it. So the title they chose was Overcoming Video Integration Challenges in Nigerian Higher Education. So I'm going to be talking about some work we're doing in Wakren to help with this topic, and the use case that we have is called a project that we are doing in 2 countries at the moment, and some colleagues from now are in here as well, and we're going to start to work with them within Nigeria. It's called the Africa Digital Campus. Oh no. So yeah, so this is what we're doing in Africa. Let me just set the stage by talking about Africa Digital Campus. So we got some money from the French development agents. This again, COVID. So COVID kind of broke everybody. So some of these countries, Professor Schaefer was talking about WhatsApp. Some didn't even get started on WhatsApp. So they just basically, the lights went off. COVID came, lights went off. COVID went, they only came on halfway on because some of the lights burnt out, even while COVID was starting. So this was a reaction to the idea from the French involved in, they wanted to do something. And in typical donor fashion, they came up with we'll put some small boxes here and there, and so on and so forth, So that, but they wanted to work with Wakren. So we changed it. So the idea was, all right, if we're looking at digital education from the lessons learned, then we have to be able to do this in much more sustainable. And one way we thought, again, naturally being endless, and one way to do that because of the need for infrastructure with video was to sort of hinge it with the NRENs as a foundational infrastructure. So universities as a primary component of that, and connected universities on higher level. So the project, these bullet points kind of define the project. So we're fusing the services that the NREN offers to actually support digital learning. So authentication, authorization, core, the networking layer, being able to connect to each other, foundational, essential. But what differentiates the education community from the rest of the internet is identity. So, and then that identity needs to come with the ability to use the identity to access services depending based on how much or what authorization you have. Video conference. Digital education is going to require conversations between teachers and students in peer groups and so on and so forth. And all that creates is a lot of content, heavy content that is expensive to transport from place to place. So you have to have, because it's video, and it's large sizes, so you have to have a way of managing it if you want to scale it. So of course, linked with that, storage issues. And then when you store this video, you want to store it as close as possible to the user so that visibility is enhanced and the issues of connectivity are minimized. And then all of this has to go into some kind of framework that you're showing in the Inspire, where you use the artifacts, you use the content in some coherent way to create courses, lectures, and so on and so forth. And yes, we have to work with data. So data science, interactive computing environments are now part of your digital learning infrastructure. It is no longer just a learning management system where you put PDFs that nobody's going to read, and say, we do e-learning, that those times have passed. Your students are using much more sophisticated platforms, but sometimes free to use or even cheap in sense of 4,000 naira. They get a proper course that they compare you and find you generally productive. And yes, we do need to teach traders, train teachers to be able to do this better. In many universities abroad, I see dedicated departments where they don't make the assumption that you have a PhD means you can teach. We still do that. You're not having a PhD doesn't make you a teacher. You do need to be taught to teach. And that's even in the analog world, not to mention the digital world where the paradigms are kind of different. So the ethos of the project was to create a model where we had infrastructure, we demonstrated kind of platforms we should have within this digital learning space, and on teacher training to build some courses, which we will use to demonstrate. So this funny diagram is kind of that. You can see it's not was lifted from somewhere else. But the idea was, create a data center with a cluster. So what we have in those two countries, Benin and Burkina Faso, we do have a hyper-converged cluster, each country, which we want to be expandable, which we want to use to create the nucleus of this service. And the idea is that local authorities will connect with us national infrastructure. And then we got the D's, high-speed link. And then we will also do something at zero, because that whole zero rate is very important. You're not going to be able to scale. So we're working with the internet exchange, and we have created, basically you have to create an addressable domain for anybody who wants to be integrated. So that's the Africa Digital Campus. We have made some progress. The website is on there for that later. So I will just talk about all of this. It's all addressable. So if you see a link, you can go to it. So this is I can't demonstrate it, but it is the video management cloud. So here, think about it like a YouTube. So think about YouTube. And you probably ask, why are we not using it? The point in not in having the YouTube in the brain as a local service is the amount of traffic that you would use if this was fully scaled. So you can imagine if everybody had to use an internet connection versus a local to transport this. So the idea for Nigeria or any country would be to keep those videos local. You will say too that, oh yeah, Google has caches. Well, we are Google caches. And today we are going to be uploading not to the cache, but to some servers outside the cache before it is cached. So that is when you compare the cost of internet connectivity versus your local connectivity, whether it's provided between sites or not, and you can see how the magnitude of savings when you use a local system. Then of course this system has to provide other distributed tools, video in this way. So YouTube. So that's one component of the service we have. The portal. Then this is what we're very proud of. We're saying things about teachers' devices, access devices, and how we have to create this. Now this came out of the thinking first came out of a project that we did. So some of the partners are here. And I was going to say it came out of a project later. And I remember the conversation I had yesterday with one of the board members about a project we tried to do in 2010. Center of Excellence in Multimedia and Cinematography. 5 million World Bank assisted project. One of the things we wanted to do there, because we were trying to build capacity in Nollywood and around film, was we wanted to be able to capture those sessions and reuse them. So the whole idea of, I'm sure you have seen capture platforms. They are fixed. You put equipment in the room, cameras in the room, but that doesn't work. It's not a cache-array type application. So we wanted something that was a little bit more useful across the board. So we thought we would take the elements of that and create something that was mobile, that could store the video itself until they got internet access. And you could use to do two things: capture whatever the session and stream if you have internet connectivity, same time, or stream data. And the idea was that our teachers could take that internet capture room when we had a good teacher, take that into the room like this. As you can see, that's it. So we are very proud of it. That's what they're streaming with now. This could have been a workshop in Kashere. It could have been, so if there is internet access, I hope there is. It is being streamed. If there's no internet access, it's being sent. Now, these boxes automatically save to that storage in video.work.net so that it is there's less manipulation needed from the teacher. Thank you, we like it. So the other third part is video conference. We offer video now. We run a network of Zoom servers in the region. Again, for the same reason. If you're connected to Zoom, that is in the internet exchange in Medallion is BI, your connection will be faster. If your ISP is also connected to that internet exchange, it means even over mobile, you will do less than 3 or 4 milliseconds server, as opposed to traffic from Africa for Zoom doesn't go to Europe automatically. It goes to South Asia. So it's usually, the servers there are cheaper. So the traffic from here, which is of less priority, goes to Asia. Traffic in Europe and the US stay in those servers, in these data centers. So what it means eventually is that even with the Zooms, forget the cost, we're going to have these performance issues. And we have tried as Workers in Zoom to bring the cost up. So anybody who's using Workers in Zoom will pay less than pay Zoom. But that's not enough to actually develop a proper teaching learning environment. You need video to be accessible to everybody or almost everybody. So one of the things we're doing as well is leveraging some open source software that has been developed by RAND's global community of RAND. It's called Edubit. It's online. But we're going to build a service out of that offers a reliable, we're trialing now, offers a reliable video conferencing service that's more ubiquitous and much cheaper that we can actually offer to elements and their communities. Now, those three elements, that's just a test. Oh, by the way, I need to remember, we're working very closely. Notinet is a network of Scandinavian elements. I like them very much. They are also wealthy. That's also a good thing. Yeah, but they have been very good collaborators. From the very beginning, we've been partners now for like 6 years. That's how we managed to stand up the Workers in Zoom service, and we're working very closely with them on all the elements. So this is just a view of the video conferencing. So we do have simple, it's like, we were talking about the devices for the teachers. Do I need all the bells and whistles of the whole big Zoom system that is a different use case, or do I just take my teacher's use case, focus on it, and make sure that my tool is super efficient for that teacher? He can do all he needs to do within context and needs of constraints in the situation. And that's what we have done here. So you have things like screencasting, which is simple stuff that everybody's used to, but teachers don't do. If I want to teach somebody something I already know, and I want to be able to create a video easy, why can't I just log into something and talk my way through a 5-minute session where I move through this whatever pages or websites and click record, and I have a 2-minute video that I can upload somewhere for my student or something. Yeah, so these are little ways we can actually improve the practice. So that's some kind of timeline which we are more or less sticking to. So we've done some user tests starting last year. We will be looking at, especially with the work with now. So one of the ideas was that you have to remember ultimately that the users only exist at one level on campus. Everything else is just a construct of that. So we do need to get into a few campuses. we've decided that it's more efficient, just like we're working with networks. We're working with networks of university leaders and CVC, librarians, that will do the same on the teaching education front, and also work with the Open University, which is already by its own mandate, is interested in this, especially with the Center of Excellence in Technology Enhancement to actually drive this. So, as you can see, we have the working conference in March. By inviting you to register for it, we would also have a dedicated session on teaching education, and I'm going to earmark you now to be there, and even put your answers. That's easy. Where we will actually launch this platform, or demonstrate it at least, and then tell you what we're going to be doing now in a bit more detail. And I think that's the end of it.
Thank you all. It looks as if teachers are going to be very technology enabled. Yes, I noticed you had. You're talking to Mahmoud. I tried to hint you that turn, but you're not getting it. Anyway, thank you. It was very enlightening, and I think teaching is going to be very interesting going forward with all these platforms. Thank you. So we have our questions at the end of Jane's presentation. So you're welcome, madam. We have already read your profile whilst you're not here. So big round of applause for Jane. She's representing the women folk. So please, women, appreciate her.
I am definitely representing the women. I actually was intentional. I was counting the women in the room. Checking how many are we. We've got a good number. Because good mix. I think it was like 50-50. But when I was doing this, putting this together, I kept thinking about my audience. So traditionally, when I make this kind of speeches, I like to speak to the men. But I thought it was good that the women are in the room. Because sometimes it's tougher to preach your own message. You need to send someone to do the speeches on your behalf. So I'll be speaking on behalf of the women and the young folks. And this was actually inspired. It was inspired by a session I had in November. So in November, we went for the IT World Radio Congress. Anybody know what's IT World? Okay. So it's just, internationally, all the stakeholders, policymakers in the radio communication sector, satellite communication, we come together. That is where we define the next phase for the technology. So how do we create the policy framework that will guide where do we want to expand to in terms of frequency and how we play in markets, segment, frequency code. There's a lot. So that's where you actually come to kind of lobby for your own agenda. So as usual, everybody tries to be represented. Nigeria was there. So I traveled with the minister at the closing. So that's where you go to do like the recap and whatever. They've had the workshops, whatever agenda you pushed, you make sure that it's read at the end. So we were speaking to the Nigerian delegation. So there are about 50 Nigerians, because it's a whole 1 month they spent in Dubai, having these sleepless nights of workshops and work groups. And we're speaking to the Nigerian delegation, and the minister had leaned in and said, Jane, there are only 2 women in the room. It didn't even occur to me. Can you imagine? The minister, by the way, is a man. So that's my minister, the Honorable Minister, Bosu Tijani. And he said, you have to change that. First of all, that's when it occurred to me that my work is beyond just the MD of NICOMSA. And I told him, yes, sir, we'll try and do that. So this is me keeping to my promise to make sure that I keep re-echoing what I think is needed. If you go to the next slide, let's just do, of course, they brought my profile, but some of the things that people probably don't also see, the angle they don't see beyond, because I've been in the tech or the private sector for about 2 decades. before taking a role in the public sector. So my role now as the MD of Malcolm said is more like a role in the public sector. And I've done all kinds of things, from being, heading tech operations to actually running private enterprise, being an investor, being a board member. But one of the things I'm passionate about is the last slide. I know she read it because I saw the video. Is actually pushing the agenda to see more inclusion and diversity when it comes to tech, especially for women and young people. And that's because I have gone through that journey, and I think it's really important. And I strongly believe why it's important beyond what the minister had said to me was something we normally do when I was in Meta. So I used to head sales for Middle East and Africa for Meta, which is Facebook. And we normally say that to solve complex problems, real complex problems, or to find new solutions to old problems, you need to have a diverse thought. So you need to have diverse people in the room. It could be experience, it could be gender, it could be function, but you have to have people looking at it from different perspective, framework, bringing new ideas. And that's one of the reasons I believe it's good to think of diversity for what we are doing. Because today we are all talking about digital education, research. And I think research is all about solving problems, isn't it? Complex problems as well. And I think to do that from a fresh perspective is to make sure there are diverse people in the room. That's the only way a 19-year-old could start a company, become a billionaire, and nobody saw that sector. The fact that Mark Zuckerberg came and created Facebook at 19, ran it, employed people 3 times his age, twice his age, and ran it to the extent it is. It means there was an environment that allowed him to do that. Nobody said, you're just too young. How can you come and this crazy idea, just pack it, People actually, the system encouraged it, he grew it, and he ran it, and look at where we are today. Now you're talking AI and other things. So if you go to the next slide, thanks. We talked about this. Yeah, I kind of use this example. So that was the example I was preparing for. I don't know if anybody has seen the example, but I thought, no, I have a better example. So this is Telemate is a drug that was created around the early 50s, 1950s. So in 1957, it was launched in West Germany. When they produced the drug, it was actually aimed for pregnant women having morning sickness. And people that find it, they have trouble sleeping, and they were given these drugs. And they were trying to enter the US market. And what they found that was a great thing about the US market was this drug, in very subtle way, affected about 10,000 children, women that are pregnant. About 50% of those childbirths were negative. The kids died. So there was really something I missed, even though it was sold it was a counter drug off the counter. You go and buy it. They didn't think anything was horrible about the drug until this lady that works for the FDA thought, no, we should look into this data more. If kids are dying, kids were born with defect in their hearts, in their lungs, but nobody was even tying it to this medication until this lady took a stand like, now something is wrong. These kids, it can't be. These are all these pregnant women that took it, and look at how their kids turned out. And it actually helped create stronger regulation for medications in the US. But they found out that drug, there was something really wrong with it. Now it's actually used for cancer. So I say this because I thought this was a good example. I think I do have a better example why we need diverse thought. You can't be solving problems for half the population, and that segment of the population is not represented in the rooms where the problems are being discussed. A Sunday ago, Owen is aware, I lost my sister-in-law in the US. She just got married in September. She was pregnant, like a happily married woman. And as usual, for us, if you get married in your 30s, I got married when I was 31. It is no strange fact that you go and they tell you there's fibroid in the womb or fibroid around, So she had fibroid, so she was having pain. Because she was in the US, she would go, like she's having pain. And there was a lot of fuss about the fibroid. Because first of all, we call it fibroid as if it's nothing. They see it as a mass, and they start thinking of all kinds of possibilities. So they were poking and prodding and poking and prodding and trying. And I think the summary for me was that it was more like they forgot about the patient care, and they were more curious about solving the problem of the mass. In the end, we lost both the mother and the baby. It's a really sad story because I felt that maybe what could have changed the approach to how they solved the problem or the treatment plan will be if we had diverse people in the room. So she was in one of those states, I won't call any names, where it's likelihood that the group of doctors were all Caucasians, they were Republicans, there was a lot of conflict because at some point they were more interested in, we won't touch this baby. So even though it was going to cost you your life, we won't touch the baby. And I know when we're going through that phase of, having these discussions with the doctors, my husband had kind of involved some of his friends. They were Nigerians, they were doctors in other parts, Uniben in Canada. And they had a different approach how they would have, and they were telling those doctors, because in Nigeria, fiber is a common thing. I think nobody panics. If they tell you you're pregnant and you have fiber, what they normally check, is it going to affect the baby? Then let's think of either we get the baby out of that phase faster, so they try to pump you with hormones, or they think about how they manage the pain, so you let them go through the first 3 months. And most times after that, most women can make it. It's only in rare cases when it's in the womb contesting with the baby and it's so dangerous that they're thinking of, maybe let's pause it, take this baby out, let's take the fibroid, you try again. So I say this because that's a clear example of what could go wrong if you don't have diverse thoughts in the room. And I say it to you because you are literally the brains of every nation. That's true. Without research, all the things we're doing is, and that's why we don't even show up sometimes in the global stage. But I think it then begs the actual argument that when we want to do it, we should do it right. So that we don't solve problems like what he was saying, about the AI problem. Like, that was such a good one. Because you see that if you try some of this, I'm digressing. I was listening to a podcast in early 2003 when this whole AI buzz was out there. And there was this young man, I won't call any name, he was one of the drivers for AI. And they were asking questions about what does he think we should do about the large language models, the LLMs, how should we expose them because of ethics and all the issues that were coming up. And he was thinking he thinks that in markets like in the US and Europe is safe in terms of developing and working together, but in markets like Africa, he would say they probably don't need that in terms of access to. I was very angry when I was watching that podcast, but I was thinking, what do I do with this? So I turned it to a holy anger. So Facebook was setting up a research board, and I fought very hard to get Africans there, not for any reason, just to show that we need representation at those levels. So if this guy thinks this way, so you can imagine if he was involved in building this LLM. So you can imagine what he will be thinking and how the data that will be pumped into it will be looking like. It will be like the one I have now. When I go to, I try not to call it like let's try Dale E. They're like, oh, I want a black woman sitting by a satellite station, giving up whatever. Then, of course, the attribute I see is a Caucasian woman with black. It's different. You're Caucasian, but your color is black. That's not what I asked for. And I understand because how the model was trained and who's training the model, who's feeding it data. And that's why we need to change. Yes, we can tell them, but I think we should start here as well. In terms of the work we work and how we work and who is involved in doing the work. Please, if you go to the next slide, I think it was a good example for the young folks because I don't want to leave them out. Because sometimes it looks like we're only preaching that only women should be. But I think we also have to step down. One of my best project managers, even at my job, she works for me personally, is a 4th-year engineering student in Unilag. She has worked with me remotely for the past 3 years, since she was in 2nd year. And she's on track to make a first class. And I say that with confidence because it was so easy to write her up initially because I'm like, she's a student, what does she know? I'm not saying experience is not important. I'm saying having diverse thoughts in the room. Sometimes what these young people are engaged with and what they do changes the way they approach the problem. And this is a great example. So 3 young Nigerian ladies created this during COVID. Women will understand the issue with sanitary towels. Sometimes you sit, you are afraid to sit because when you stand, people can see the outline. And these ladies have done a great job. They're Nigerians. And they could only do that because they're the only one that feel the pain. You could tell I like high heels. And I wrote a little thesis on the Louis Vuitton theory. I don't know those of you that know Louis Vuitton is the red sole shoes. I love them. They look elegant. They're very pricey. Very elegant. So I thought, you know what, I get myself a pair if I achieve some of my goals. Then only to get the pair, I discovered they're the most uncomfortable shoes ever. I'm sure the men are thinking, where is she going? So I was very upset. You know, you spend $1,000 buying a shoe, you should really be thinking like somebody should have thought about comfort as well. So I go digging up, stalking them on the website, and I guess what I found. And there's no indictment of them. The creative director is a man, and he's been the only creative director for years. And I could understand because like he's never worn those shoes. So he's more interested in how elegant the shoes looked. And that's his approach to problem solving, isn't it? So it just begs the difference. That's why I sit in the room. Your perspective becomes important. When I go and sit in all these conferences, all I try to be is what I am. The African woman that's doing tech in Africa. That's an entirely different perspective. And I think that approach changes the way we even solve problems in those rooms. Because it's just back to what Omar was saying. Then you can tell that lovely French agency that's trying to help you, I love the idea, but in this market, it's not going to work that way. Let me tell you how it will work. And that's why it's important to have those voices in the room, because you will bring your perspective, your knowledge in solving those problems. And that's how we get better solutions. Thank you. Thank you so much. I did this because I wanted you to know that it's not just our problem, it's global, but I think we all know that because and this is a segue to a story I'll tell, and hopefully I'll show one down. It's always been there. You know, I've been doing this thing now 20 years. My first engineering job was in 2001. So let's say 20 odd years I've been doing this. And these numbers have been hovering around 30%. Even though we know in the world it's 50-50, at least even though it's 49-51, it's almost a fair balance. But in terms of having people in technology, in research, in STEM, the numbers have been the same. So it's not just a Nigerian problem, it's not an African problem. Even while I was at Meta, Facebook, Ericsson, it hasn't changed. And I will share an example, we go to the next slide, about what I thought about it. So I've talked about, if you go to the next slide, please. Thank you very much. I know I put all these things about why I think women and even young talent should occupy a seat at the table, especially when it comes to research or when we're talking about inclusion in the digital space. I will share an example because that example for me is a good way to summarize how I saw the problem and what made me aware of the problem. So this is the story of how I got my first management role. And it's a good segue to the next slide on what I think we should do. So my first management role, as usual, as women, you're like this. You're working really hard doing the work, and you're expecting that all your bosses will see that the work is being done. So in this case, I was really working hard. The client knew I was working hard. In short, I had left the company because I'd been passed for promotion twice. And after a year, they came looking for me. It took them 9 months to convince me to come back. So by that time I was bold and I did a negotiation. I said I would do this role for you just 1 year. If you don't give me the role I want, which was a line management role, which they thought was weird because they hadn't, first of all, they struggled to give it to a local, so it was a multinational, and they also haven't had a woman do it. So I think they were kind of in that mix. So I told them I would do it after a year. If you can't give me the role, I would leave this department. You have to give me an entirely different role or I'll leave your company. So I was there doing the normal thing, which is bend down and do your work. And whatever work it was, the goal they're giving me, I had done it. And I still continued as a passionate woman, trying to overdo it. You know, we always want to do 150%. Then the client who were doing that project for had called me one of those days and said, hey, what's going on? You always come in, I see you as this ambitious, driven woman, talking about career and all them things you're passionate about. Why is it that you've achieved this? It was a massive goal, by the way. We closed the deal with the largest global operator in Africa. It was $350 million for 5 years. You know what? The whole buzz, we couldn't announce it because as per the shareholders, we needed to wait until they had closed their books and it was time for annual reports and all that. So we were waiting. So she was harassing me. Why is it that your boss has even gotten a promotion out of this. I was even shocked. I'm like, my boss. He said, yes, your boss was here. He's going to be the VP for blah, 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 blah. You that worked tooth and nail with him. What's the whole story? First of all, I was shocked. I'm like, I didn't know. She's like, so what do you want out of it? I said, but I've told him. She's like, no, what do you want? So now your boss was here. And I asked him the same question. Why is it that the only woman that worked with you to close this massive milestone is not getting anything out of it? So when you go back to the office, he's going to ask you this question. Because he told me that you were okay, you were happy, married, you're not that mobile, you're passionate about your job, and you're very happy with where you are. And I told him, I don't think so. So I told him to go back and ask you the same question I asked him. Why is it that you don't want more out of this? So first of all, I panicked all the way, because this was in Lagos, to the office, because all I was thinking, my boss is an expert, he was Turkish. You think I'm probably going to report it to him? And I'm like, I didn't say anything. Someone just came up with this. I never told her I was looking for some massive promotion. So I was really contemplating what to do. Of course, when I got to the office, I could see my boss. He was already frustrated. He said, Jane, can I have a conversation? So I went. The part of me was like, just deny this woman outright. I never had a conversation. I don't know where she come with all these ideas. Like I'm a happy person and all that normal stuff we normally say. Then a part of me was like, just tell him the truth. What will it cost you? Yes, he won't promote you again. They say they want to, lay you off or whatever. Just take a chance. So I took a chance. And I told him, but with a shaky voice, not like as confident as this is. I told him with a shaky voice, boss, I've been doing this thing now for 1 year. We did have an agreement when you were bringing me back that if you cannot give me this role, then you should let me go. And it's a year now. I haven't heard anything. I made no reference to the fact that I found that he has been promoted and he didn't even tell me. And we're flying the world all around the world together, visiting all this. So he was like, oh no, but you should have told me whatever. And I said, sir, but we already discussed it a year ago. I think I have to remind you. So that's how I started my journey to my first management role. And I'll tell you where the trick is, where the story is headed. So as usual, I would apply. They told me the role is now open. Then HR would tell me they didn't see my application. This is a multinational company. We are so good in tech because we're a tech company. So after a while, I started saving the application response. You get an auto response. Thank you, Jane, for applying for blah, 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 your reference. So I'll PDF it. So when they tell me I don't say, oh my God, there must be a black hole in IT. Because I even had an acknowledged copy. I was outside the acknowledgement copy. Of course, they knew that now I was ready. You can't play those games. So that was a different discussion. Now, the different discussion was now that the stories were that they didn't think they could stand me. And the only way I knew was something I really want to focus on. The importance of sponsors to create diversity. There should be people willing to stake their positional and organizational power to get that across in the room. Now, it was my sponsor, by the way. My sponsor was the same reason I left the company. He was the one that didn't promote me for 2 years. Now he became my serious advocate. He came to me and he said, Jane, your name keeps coming up and nobody knows you in executive management. And everybody's reluctant to give you this role. And I'm like, well, that makes sense because they keep telling me the application has disappeared. They couldn't see it. So you know what he did? Something unsaid, because I think it's a good example for the male folk. He didn't complain. He didn't say anything. We went for a strategy session in South Africa. We sat around the table as usual. You complain and complain. Then he told me, Jay, you see that guy over there? I need you to go and talk to him about the work you've been doing in Africa. I need you to share some of these things you've achieved with him. Well, I really felt odd doing that. Like a woman and a girl. That's not the way we do it. We're used to be on the receiving end. People ask you out on a date. People ask you that they want to marry you. So your bosses should tell you too that it's time for promotion. I shouldn't go around that's how I felt. Selling myself to someone. But he kept putting at me that evening, so I went. Very uncomfortable, I started telling this guy, hey, I want to talk to you. I was told that you're a good person to do. I want to share some of the things we're doing in Africa. I thought it would be interesting for you. So I talked and talked and talked. At some extent, I didn't even know I was talking to this guy. Then I finished. I thought it was over. The next day was a 3-day strategy session. As usual, when we're in this kind of sessions, because it was seriously male dominated. So we, the women, just a handful of us in so-called management, we go right at the back and fiddle with our phones and let the guys do the talking. So I'd done the same thing. So I went right at the back. This guy was sitting in front and he called me. So I thought, oh, he wanted to ask a question now. Just before the session started. So I came and sat next to him. Okay, what do you want? He said, no, you're sitting next to me the entire session. So I was very uncomfortable. And the CEO was talking and talking and talking. When the CEO was done, we went to have a session the next day with now the wider audience. He said he didn't want to repeat himself again because that's the same session he needed to have. He wanted a volunteer in the room to do that session. And this guy, which I call my sponsor, raised his hand and said, oh, Jane said she would do it. I wanted to just die. First of all, I'm confident sitting there that I didn't even volunteer. Then the CEO was like, oh yes, that's good. So Jane, that's you, Jane. Okay, you're doing it tomorrow. I didn't sleep that night. Because first of all, I wasn't listening. Imposter syndrome. I was very uncomfortable with all the people I was sitting. So the whole night I'm calling everyone. Slide 3, what did you get from it? Did you hear what this guy was saying? What was it? I spent the whole night trying to recreate the slides. But you know, when you're good, isn't it? So I showed up the next day and I gave a presentation, but I gave it my own twist. And by the time I was done, everybody wanted to know who was Jane. So long story short, I got the job. But I got the job, thank you very much. And I say this not because of the interview process, not because of, I wanted to say because I was smart, because what I didn't know was how to open the door. And that's the challenge with most women and sometimes young talent. They don't know how to get into those rooms. My appeal to men is to be like my sponsor. Open the door for them. They don't know. They just don't know. They're good, they're qualified, but they don't know how to open the door to those rooms. And that's what that guy did for me. So, next slide. So, 5 minutes. Thank you. I'm almost done. Next slide, please. So, the next one. Yeah, let's just go. We're almost done. Next slide. The question. Thank you. So, while we have talked and talked, it's nothing more. I'm only asking for commitment. I like to do that because you also have to call to action, isn't it? It just doesn't mean I just came and spoke to a group of people. I am asking and I'm pleading. Just like the minister told me, you have to do something about it. And I'm asking those in this room, what's going to be one thing you'll do differently to change? Because that's how the narrative changes. That's how we change the perspective. That's how we start to be more inclusive in how we do research and in how we solve problems. So your own case might be want to be a sponsor, watch out for young talent, for interesting female talent, and you don't even have to talk to them. I've had sponsors that have never spoken to. They just put your names in rooms where your name should be, because you cannot be there to represent yourself. And that's what I'm asking. So think about one way you can do something differently. It could be in your research work. You could pay more attention to who is in the room when we are doing this research. Maybe we need one young folk. So if you're more intentional, you'll find one young folk. But we need a woman. Like we're all looking alike here. Let's try and get a woman in the room. And you will find her if you're intentional. So that's going to be my ask. And with that, I know my 5 minutes is done. So let me say thank you, everyone.
Great. Thank you so much. You know, my second child, she's a young girl, she studied civil engineering. So STEM, right? But from the day one, everyone kept on telling her, why are you studying civil engineering? It's a man's job. It's a man's job. You know, she graduated. Oh, it's a man's field. It's a man's field. You know, she's not doing it anymore. She's doing something else. So we need more sponsors. We need more encouragers. Thank you so much for that. That's great. So we'll take a couple of questions. I believe we have like 10 minutes. Where's the second? We have a microphone there. So questions. Let's start from the back. We have a show of hands at the back. And please let us know who you are addressing your question to so they can take it.
Okay, Jen.
1 minute.
Yeah, my name is Godwin. I'm addressing it to Jen. I have a challenge. Maybe the women folks can help me. There was this young lady under me. Everybody despises her. One, she's a Muslim. She wears hijab all the time. And most of the time, she's not neat. And so she's a dark.
So I said, okay, if there's one thing I must do in this office is to make sure that this lady have confidence in herself. So I pick her up and she did a TikTok. The only attack I got was from the women. Now I have to be carrying her like handbag and protect her so that she doesn't get frustrated and leave her job. What can the women do to help us, we the men, help the young years?
He started around, isn't it? He started give you what I think my answer will be. When I was in Ghana, so I was working for a multinational, like I told you, we didn't give those roles to locals. And my agenda was to give the role to a local. I wanted to pass on the baton to a local. And the only local person I thought, was whatever, was a similar. Like he couldn't even dress well. The client didn't take him seriously. Some people said he had body on it, all those kind of stuff. And do you know what I did? And that's what I think you should do. You should share your vision with a woman. Look for one of those. Because if they knew your agenda, maybe it will be, there's definitely a queen bee syndrome there. But if they knew your agenda, empathy, because they will see themselves in that young girl, they'll probably treat it differently. What you need is a body. And that's what I did. I couldn't talk to that guy directly to say, we needed to have executive presence. If you're going to be a CEO, you need to carry the weight. People shouldn't come into the room and wonder who is the person leading the poll. But I couldn't have those conversations about bodyguard and so you know what I did? I bodied up with the HR. I explained to him my goal, that I wanted to pass on this baton to a local. I don't want the role to keep being an expert. And the candidate I thought was strong enough needed a little bit of work on the executive presence. So we did have a conversation. We were going to use a professional, and he was going to have a man-to-man chat. Because I think then the guy's ego wouldn't be bruised. But if I had the chat with the guy, probably wouldn't be the same. So maybe you need a female body. That would help.
Thank you. Great present. But Jane, I must say you're a very captivating speaker. Thank you for that wonderful talk. Now, my commitment, I think I started doing something to question. There's a lady in my office that facilitate university-wide, but I still have practice. I have to start every time. Okay, do some of the training sessions, and I see that she's picking up. But for your question, I'm encouraged to do much more, for other ladies and people around me. The other thing I was going to say, in your new role as the MD CEO, which comes out, what is your plan to have diversity, into the academia, especially the library space? How do you intend to bring us of that?
Is it for academia or for general organization? Because my team is here. Academia. It's in Gombe. Where is it? Gombe State. But I was there in November. I was in Kashui. With your vice chancellor. Remember you used to be in BUK? The broadcasting stadium in BUK, Nicomsat carries the traffic, and I wanted it to replicate the same thing in Kashui because he already has a radio net. And I was there. I was on air with the radio station and all that. You didn't see me all dressed like, I was with my hijab, everything, really there, because I wanted to blend in. I didn't want any confusion. People should be more interested in my suit. So, because of my new role in public office, and I put up a post yesterday, I was saying that should public sector be more profit driven. And the reason was I wanted to start a conversation that for us in NICOMSAT as well, and public service, is beyond profit. Some of these wider societal issues become important. The reason I will go to like the Kashui and do work, or I go to Gombe State and I'm going to Kano, I'm going to Kaduna today, and I'll be going to Kaduna State University. I'm going to Kano on Thursday. Almost lost track. And each time I go, I want to go to a school, a university, and I'm looking for ways we can work together. Because it's important for me, it's not only to be profit driven, it's how do we create impact in the communities and in the societies. Because remember that my mandate is to deliver 70% coverage in Nigeria. I can't do that alone. Of course, maybe with Galaxy. But it is becoming important that it's beyond making profit. It's also creating impact, especially in the rural and unserved areas. And schools, for me, is one of the things I'm passionate about. So your VC and I, we are talking. And we're looking for a way we could collaborate and do work, as well as some other schools. Exactly. That's one of the reasons. Oh, and that's one of the reasons I came and checked something. Like, oh, I need to know this person, that person, that person. Because I think academia is one of the great ways for us to innovate. And NICOM said we do have, my staff is saying, we do have a strategic blueprint. And one of our pillars is innovation. And to drive innovation, you have to go to the source of innovation. That's you guys. That's what we want to do. Each time I have to launch a satellite, I don't have to go and look around the whole world for experts. Why don't we include some of the institutions in the planning to launching the satellite? Planning the next satellite. What's wrong with that? In South Africa, they do it. Some of the schools are driving some of their research when it comes to satellite connectivity. So we want to see that happen as well. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. Gary, question is addressed to Manu. So he's spoken about digital learning platforms. And for one, I would want him to share a model of maybe best practices in digital learning platforms. Please, Manu.
This is for Omo, right?
No, Manu.
Oh.
Thank you very much for that. Because for a moment there, I was just, just relaxing and listening to Jane and just. Okay. Yeah. In terms of digital learning, I think I pointed that out. And in order not to have a lecture to lecturers, I'll stick to the basics. Digital learning platforms focus mainly in terms of what I mentioned on my slides. That is, most importantly, content. Most important. Platforms, accessibility. Coming in not really last in this, but the capacity building part. No matter how good your system is, if nobody can use it or doesn't know how to use it, if it's the easiest thing in the world, it's useless. Okay? So I think if you look at it in that manner, this is the order. And one thing I talked about and sort of forgot was Omo mentioned that about donor guys from the West. Yeah. You mentioned the French. I'm very interested in the French money. Please tell them I spoke in French when I started. The point is, donors don't really pay attention to what you want. Okay, I've consulted for UNICEF and so on. They want to tick a box. Yeah, they want to tick a box. So when you're saying that we need A, B, C, D, F, okay, I hear you, you need X, Y, and Z. That's the way it is. So the point here is you have to watch the KPIs that you arranged, what you want to achieve with platforms, content, and accessibility. Because I'll give you an example, not to ride on UNICEF. UNICEF is the part where education comes in, the lower end. We talk a lot about the internet. The internet. And then when you look at it, at the point we are, we need the internet, but we really need local storage, local accessibility. But they don't talk about that. Okay? So when Jane is talking about, I like the last part about getting some local content into the satellite systems, they're not looking at our problems. So somebody has to be doing that for us. Okay? So let's ride on that. I hope I've touched a little bit about it. Examples of digital learning platforms. Okay, very quickly. I think, again, points to that. Education had done some of this. Inspire. It's very easy for me to say that because I'm very happy to say that I came up with that. Inspire. Okay? It's actually for the basic education sector. But what we did was we did another one called Ignite, okay, for the teachers. So they have a lesson plan part and so on. The point of it was not to have all the bells and whistles, to use somebody else's words. It's so that you have a model that the private sector, the organized international development people can say, okay, Nigeria is doing something. Let's copy that instead of us copying from them for once. Okay, so I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. We have so many hands. We can only take. Okay, wait. Okay, let's take one lady. So one lady here and one lady here. After this ladies.
Okay, my name is Evangel. I'm from the University of Asuka. Okay, my question goes to the three of them. Sharp, sharp, sharp. What goes to Omo? Okay, Omo, what be with your you're talking about this. Hello. Okay, in 2020, I happened to held a digital teaching and learning sections, and I used video, for creating my content, and that was what I used to teach people, participants that run across Nigeria and all sections of life, teachers, lecturers, but everybody was inclusive. Now, we talk about challenges of the video content. Now, my question is, up to today, I still have those videos, but they're heavy on my phone. Hello? They're heavy on my phone. So, keeping them has been a problem. I don't want to lose them. And it's giving my phone, like, every time it tells me I don't have space. So, please, how do I know you mentioned it, but what to be more specific, how I can manage those videos so that I won't lose them. That's one. I flew with someone to Ghana last year, and she was like, "Madam, your people that occupy my phone. How do I manage these videos? Because we've been deleting and deleting. That's one for you. Then for Mahmood, digital platforms you mentioned. It's of my area because the lessons I thought was too digital. Now, I have a question talk about AI. That somebody won a prize using AI. Is it actually wrong? As in now we are in education, we teach. So do I see it as a wrong, or is it right? Is it something that we should encourage? That's one. Ma, I like the section too because I want to appreciate the Fatima here bringing the women on board. I wouldn't have known that something like this is going on if not that she brought. I'm not what she brought. We're all women, I'm sure. So I want to say, Fatima, please thank you so much for being on board. So I hand over. Thank you.
So first of all, I think I'll claim some of that Fatima's because it's both of us that put them. I know that now that they've removed me inside the story. Well, it was 12, so I was the so we did some work then, so at least we succeeded. So yes, so in terms of story, to be honest, you shouldn't be keeping on your phone even without background video and everything. You've got YouTube, it's free, you can upload it. And if you have it in the cloud, then nobody has this cloud. The reason why we're looking for specialized environments is just because like the end. So he mentioned internet. Everybody says internet, internet, internet. But when you are like, a network engineer, you realize that the internet is heavily contended. So for instance, if I'm an ISP, I will take a link, right, and oversubscribe it because it's in my business model. That's the way I make. Now, when you are an education customer, sometimes, but I'm going to let's take research for instance. Sometimes you need to have a link that is reliable. It says what it is on the can, and it does that. Because if I need to move, if I'm an astronomer, or I mean some of those where we use plenty of data, and I need to move 6 gigs, 6 terabytes between in an hour. Typically, the internet, because of the way it's called the bursty nature. You're supposed to download more than you actually ask. So it is not is not bi-directional in that sense. Most of the links you use. That's why you have dedicated research and education networks that can cater for those different elements. In the same way, we need video management locally that's connected to education, so we have a bit more control. And from an enterprise level, as a university perspective, you can cater for your community. Otherwise, there's no reason for you to have your phones, take video on your phones. I think the next question was yours.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I'm actually quite passionate about AI. Coming from software engineering, like I've said, I'm a sci-fi guy, so I don't want the Terminator thing. If you don't know Terminator, please Google Terminator. It's fantastic. Okay, I don't want Arnold Schwarzenegger coming in as a robot killing anybody. But the point is, it's fascinating, but it raises the ethical questions that you raised. Okay, it's about ethics. So the short version, because I think we can actually have a whole conference on AI ethics. Yeah. The short version is I will join the issue about bias with that. The point about bias is the culture. Jane wore a hijab in Gombe, which is probably why Professor Hassan is okay. And that's the point. That's the point. I'm a Muslim. Yeah. So there are certain things that I find that are either offensive or I see them as intolerant when somebody does it to me. I grew up half and half all over the place. So I've seen racism in manners you will not be. I've seen. Okay? It's there when somebody is actually just there's a certain way the person can talk to. Okay? So I think I can empathize. Okay, what's the word? Sympathize. Please somebody help me. with the approach about what women go through. When Jane was talking about she had to deal with dating, people ask me out. Hey, I want somebody to ask me out. Yes, I'm Fulani, by the way, so my architect wife will understand when I say that. Okay? So the point here is the perspective changes. So the issue of ethics is important because every society has a certain way it looks at things. Like as I was saying in my presentation, Nigerians are very religious. When you go to a church, I have a friend Joshua in NUC, and he sends me all of these church rules. This is for you to understand. I said I'm a Muslim, but he said you see the passion, you see can I get an hallelujah? That's incredible. You don't see it in the British are selling off their churches. Okay, so you don't see it, but you see it, and you see the passion. So that matters. That matters. So the short version is adapting AI is important to understand that we have to change our assessments. It's no longer that 1 + 1 is 2. No. Or you try to make the questions as hard as possible so that I fail. Sorry, all of the professors. The point is, it has to be about, do I get to understand by using AI? Do I understand the subject matter? Not did I get a tick here? Okay, so I think not to have any conquerors. Thank you.
Thank you. Can take. So during that session, can I make a comment? Are we having it during the break? Oh, okay, madam.
Just one.
We will have some lunch. We skip lunch.
Are we not having lunch?
Yeah.
Please, can you discuss directly one-on-one? So,
Okay, but I just want to comment on the policy issue.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
Yes, just 1 minute. We had a workshop late 2023, and it had to do with policy initiative learning. And at that workshop, we realized that or more of the universities are actually not aware of any digital policy on e-learning. So the creation of awareness for this policy, things can know and their policies from the overriding policy that is in existence. And if we are not aware, how can we drive it? How can we develop KPIs that would help us implement those policies in our universities? And lastly, we look forward to working with WAPREN to be able to develop robust videos, interactive learning resources that our students will be able to engage with, that will better learning. But I'm Grace Johnson from the National Open University of Nigeria.
Okay, already. Thank you. So thank you, our dear speakers. Thank you so much for your time.
This is a very interesting topic. We've all been regaled with everything around how we are going to empower research and education ecosystem with digital and open infrastructure. And someone had asked that, how do you build digital when you don't even have analog? Okay, the ecosystem has several challenges, as you heard from earlier panelists. There are challenges around funding. So we shouldn't say it again, but it's there. There are issues around technical capability. Then there's the issue of the infrastructure itself. These themes will continue to come out, and as we elaborate more, we're bringing more depth to the discussion so that we can peel this onion that we have here. And to help us do that in this session, we've got three distinguished gentlemen. We tried to add a lady, but unfortunately, she couldn't make it. Just leave it at that. First person I would like to call here is Mr. Adegbilero Iwari Idowu. I saw him. Please get him from the restaurant. I'm joking, I saw him in there. So, Mr. Idowu is presently the Scholarly Communications Librarian and head College of Sciences Library, Afed Balbalola University, Ado Ekiti. He is the first Nigerian to serve as co-com librarian in a Nigerian university. He is a winner of many prestigious grants, fellowships, scholarships, including the highly competitive J. Jordan IFLA OCLC Early Career Fellowship Award for the year 2016. He also won the Society for Scholarly Publishing Fellowship for 2023. His proposal was one of the 11 Open Scholarship Seed Award grants awarded in November 2023 by the Open Research Funders Group. He is a certified librarian of Nigeria who's passionate about open access, scholarly communication, technologies in libraries, public and community library development, and modernization of the library environment. He is leading the online presence of many Nigerian journals, digital object identifier, management and deployment of institutional repositories and library management systems. He is a seasoned presenter and training on emerging scholarly technologies. He has organized and facilitated numerous training programs within and outside his institution, for which he won internationally competitive grants. He manages the Blograrian, a weblog about libraries and other issues at bloggerioninfo@blogspot.com. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
We also have Mr. Bosun Obeleye. I was checking him out online. If you want to find him on LinkedIn, you have to use Olatu Bosun Obeleye. Bosun will not pop up because of the diversity in Nigeria and around the world. Some people can't wrap their mouths around Olatu Bosun, so they just Bosun. You share the same name with the Minister of Communication, so I'm sure you'll be representing him in your name capacity. He is the Regional Engagement Specialist, Africa Data Site. His career spans the institutionalization of open science from policy, development, advocacy, engagement, and adoption. He has a background in computer and information research science, research for development, and community engagement. His interest in identity and access management is reflected in persistent identifiers, as seen in his work with DataCite across sub-Saharan Africa, where he engages, collaborates, and promotes PIDs, best practices, and adoption in the region. You're welcome, sir. And last, but definitely not least, I've got Dr. Akini Adeleke, who joins us from the Redeemers University, Nigeria, where he's the university librarian. Before his current role, he worked in the library as head of technical services. He has supervised and implemented the digital institutional repository of Redeemers University since 2016. Dr. Deleke is a Commonwealth Fellow of the University of East London, and he was the chairman of the cataloging, classification, and indexing section of the Nigerian Library Association between 2013 and 2018. He enjoyed the sponsorship of the government of Singapore to attend the IFLA WLIC in Singapore in 2010. He teaches database and data bank management principles at Adeleke University, Nigeria, as a visiting reader. He also teaches information management systems at the postgraduate level in the Department of Behavioral Sciences Studies at Redeemers University, Ede. Dr. Adeleke was appointed by the Association of University Librarians of Nigerian University in conjunction with LibSense to coordinate the process of adopting a common metadata schema for institutional repositories in Nigerian universities for their interoperability, discoverability, and visibility and other entities. Thank you very much. So without much ado, I think we'll dive right into it and to try and talk about open access infrastructure and the challenges, the opportunities. You share some of your experiences. I think we've got, who's the timekeeper? Guys. Each. 20 minutes max, but I'll say 15, please, so that we can have you 5 minutes and have enough 15 minutes for Q&A. I think maybe we'll start with, in order of appearance, slide over.
Thank you, Moderator, Mr. Abu. Good afternoon, participants. Good afternoon to Owen. Thank you for inviting me. I'll be speaking on my experiences, implementing an open system for journal management. That is the open journal system. Of course, my name is Idowade Librarian, as mentioned. I won't be talking about that. And, the university was founded by a woman, a legal luminary, a nationalist, a philanthropist, and a farmer. who in his late 80s founded the university, is in his 90s now, and is very committed to the project, to succeed. And that's why we are ranked among the first 1,000, first 500 in Times and higher education ranking for impact for 2 years consecutively, and number one in Nigeria actually. So sorry, yeah. All right, so I'll be speaking on, I'll just introduce you to the scholarly communication arena, scholarly publishing and all of that, briefly before I go into the digital area. The moderator spoke about if there is no analog, why are we bothering ourselves with digital? Of course, for journal publishing, there is analog. We have somewhere we are coming from, and I'll be taking us through the history. Now, the Scholarcom involves, doing research and getting the research work out for people to see, which for short I say it involves the creation, the publication, and dissemination, discovery of academic research, probably through certain routes, venues or outlets like journals or, books. And going through the history of journals, the very first one, of its kind was the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, founded in London in March 11, 1665. That was the time the first issue of that journal was published. And at the time, it was managed privately by the secretary of the association, Henry Gutenberg, and successive secretary of the association were managing the journal as their own private journal, but appended to the association. But later, all that changed. The committee of paper, was established by the association, to run the journal on behalf of the association. Then peer review later came in, from the work of the COP, and what they did was not the kind of thing we are doing now. They only assess the abstract of all submitted papers. Anyone they are okay with, it will be published. But now it's way out of right, scholars? Yeah. Now, running through some dates in the scholarly publishing timeline, in the 14th century, we had the first learned society established in France and Toulouse. And later, in the UK, the Royal Society was also founded because the first journal were published in both in the year 1665, both in France and in the UK. But the very first one was the one published in the UK, the Philosophical Transaction, which is still operating up to today. Now, the other events, also in the North America, establishment of the Learned Society, also started late in the around mid 18th century, and of course, they also started their own journals. You are familiar with the journal Nature and Science, they were a recent thing, and there are Elsevier team, who are also big players in the field of scholarly publishing. I mention Nature because it's one of the best journal, one of the best journal in the world, and Science also. If a researcher get published in any of these two journals, he has made it in life. All right, it's an aspiration for scholars really, to get into Nature or Science. Then Elsevier, them, the big bull in the scholarly publishing terrain. Now, of course, in this area, from 1990 upward, we begin to talk about internet technology coming to the fora. And the very first journal that published its content fully online happened to be the Postmodern Culture. Then the era of preprint server came on board, with internet in 1991 with Archive, the foremost preprint server, which is still very much active. And the idea of mega journals. Before then, we used to have journals publishing on a particular field or subfield of interest. But with the internet era coming in, we begin to see journals publishing at mega level. You can submit all sort of, articles from different subject areas into these journals, and they get them published. We have the Public Library of Science doing that way. And we have, the F1000 Research Piaget Live doing the same thing. Okay. Now, call for journal revolution has always been persistent call over the years that, we have journal built around the delivery of ink on paper, by horses and boats. But today we have faster ink and faster boats. Okay, we are referring to the internet. Has there been a revolution in the journal publishing network? Ecosystem. Of course, there is, but there is still, call for more, revolution. And that is why, for those who believe nothing has significantly changed, is because of the functions of journal. What are the core functions of journals since the day Henry Hildenburg, started journal? They are registration. Registration has to do with timestamping and giving attributes, to creators of knowledge. Okay, and that is why you will have a journal article published by an author, say so volume, so hear you, and at a particular date or year. Now, certification. The journal, for it to be ready, a good journal article, it has to be, carry what certification. I will do that through peer review system. Okay, peer review system is a later development in journal. Then we have dissemination. It has to be distributed, and people will have to, see it. Then preservation is also another core function of the journal. Okay, we have scholarly memory, archiving. It is very, very important. And African research and scholarly communication. We need to see that also. How are we faring, on the African continent? There are issues. If you look at this map, that tiny green thing there, that's how large, Africa is in the scholarly communication, world. So we are so tiny because as of 2018, Africa generates less than 1% of the world research. That figure is changing. I think we are around 2% or thereabout now. Okay, we are not doing bad, but it is terrible. What are the causes? So many causes. Some of them are self-inflicted. Okay, we have journals are not, they are not continuous, kind of. I told you, if you talk about transaction time in the 17th century and it's still published not to today. And there are journals in Nigeria in the 90s, they are not around again, So the other thing is external factors. Okay, we have this high rejection rate thing, from established journals overseas, and we have the invisibility of our research. Even though the 1% or 2% thing could be correct, or we can debate it, it will not be correct. But they have what they are using, to judge that. Okay, if the journals are not present at that particular ecosystem, then there is no way they will say, you are more than 1% or 2%. So we don't have our journals visible to, networks or, facilities that indexes them. Okay. Now, high cost of publication in index journals is a new thing. Okay. Now, that got to some of the thoughts, people have heard about African research, of which Nigeria is quite, involved in. There has been limited independent scholarly publishing in Africa, given that much of its research output has been the result of foreign aid and the foreign agencies with their own agenda and publication and distribution facilities. Thank God for Oman, what they said the other time about, the grant they got. So, and that's the way it is for, many African research work, So there is this, colonialism training around our work. And the other thing people think about African research is that the local general research and knowledge is key to addressing local issues. They are very correct. But thousands of journals are published in developing world, but many are not widely known within their country where they are being published. So that's a very sad part by journals. Now, international, there is a way we can save it. We begin to talk about, okay, you people, publish your work outside, publish your work on international journal, and the whole thing was, is a big misconception. And that's why I come about the idea of, the baptism of obligation or the perpetuation of, colonialism. Why do I say that? Because the African researcher is between the devil and the deep blue sea. Okay, why is that so? The idea of publishing abroad, okay, which to a great extent means international. Okay, so they want you to publish your work outside because you get more mark at appraisal or assessment, okay, for publishing offshore than publishing local. Can you see that we are the enemy of our own self? The other one is the publish or publish thing with the academia. The prayer is always there. So people want to get published anywhere, anyhow. I ran into a journal sometimes and I was looking for that journal. Where is it based? It was somewhere in Hawaii. And most of the researchers that published in a particular area of that journal, they are from Nigeria. So because people want to just publish at international, forum. And the other thing is high mortality rate. We talk about that. Then the current thing that is happening now is publishing index values. For example, Scopus or Web of Science. And for those in medical sciences, it has to be indexed in PubMed. Okay, and so let's just move on. Okay, look at this journal. Look at this case. Jimmy Sparrow, an Uganda researcher, he submitted the work in 2018. The work was accepted 2020. And you look at the years, 2 years, 2 solid years have passed. And I'm referring to the deep blue sea now, whereby the turnaround time for peer-reviewed journals is very, very long. And that is discouraging to researchers, in this area. So there is a misconception of internationalization of our journals, okay? Look at what Omuwale has to say. The context of international publishing in Nigeria is a dimension of peripheral scholarship which seeks to confirm the intellectual worth of authors, of scholars, through publication in journals domiciled in developed countries. The social reality of international publishing seemingly justifies scholars opting for paid journals, and soft channels of international dissemination. And that brought about the idea of predatory publishing, where they said authors from Nigeria and Asia, they are the most publishing predators. Authors publishing in, most commonly in predatory, venues, and that will lead us, to the consequence of such a thing. And the big notion of internationalization and the idea of publish and perish, because now, the system is catching up with us. If you publish in unverified international, platform, you can still publish and perish with your work because the works will not be tenable anymore because they are not indexed in certain places. Now, we have to renegotiate, the Scholcom compass. And before it is, from the north, taking the pace of the south, but now in the south, we have to begin. I'm talking on global south, global north. We have to begin to have this kind of interaction and, working, work going on, in the south and from the south to the north. Now, how can we achieve that? It is by leveraging on technology. And with technology, you can see that international is local. Local is what? It's international. It depends on where you stand. If I found myself with Elon Musk on Mars, maybe tomorrow, and I'm looking at the Earth, and from the Mars, Earth is space to me, isn't it? And if you are not looking at us on Mars, we are also in space. It depends on where you are standing. So let us leverage technology. And leveraging technology, I call it the ideal democracy. Okay, because it allows everybody to come into it and do something worthwhile. And quoting that vice chancellor, we may never win the war against a system that renders our achievement invisible to Western science, but we can make a difference by making use of the technologies, resources, and avenues open to us. And one of them is open source. Okay, these are the open source platforms, some of them that we can use to manage the journal system. Okay, but the one I highlighted in red, open journal system, is what I want to quickly talk about. The open journal system is funded by the government of Canada under the Public Knowledge Project based in Simon Fraser University. Okay, and the current version is version 3.4, which was released last year, November. Apart from that, they have other things they are doing to manage books, publishing, to manage preprints, and to even manage conference, hosting. The OGS, what does it offer? Everything from submission to distribution, of scholarly work. Now, some of the key features, you can install an instance of OJS and run multiple journals on it. Okay, you can customize it your own way because it's open source, and of course, it is multilingual. Supposed publishing multilingual It supports publishing in multiple languages and long-term preservation. They have their own inbuilt preservation network, and they can also connect to preservation services like clocks and logs, and rich metadata. Indexing in Google Scholar is automatic. You don't have to do anything; it is effortless, and they can connect to data site. And I believe Mr. Wilson can talk about that, Crossref and any other infrastructure supporting scholarship. Now, ODS growth, it was growing at the rate of 81% per year, as of 2010, since it was launched in 2002. And now, the global usage of ODS, we have 34 use cases across the world. And I can tell you, this is the most used journal management system, both proprietary and open source, the most used. Look at the map. Africa is not doing, very bad, but there's something about Africa. We always, have, good romance with low marks in certain, in certain statistics. 577 in Africa. North America, we have 1,005. Latin America, 6,000 plus. Europe, over 5,000. And of course, in Asia, they are the ones doing the thing. Nigeria, out of the 500 plus in Nigeria, Africa, Nigeria is having about 218 use cases in the country. Okay, and my involvement at my current place of work, we have a single installation to manage multiple journals. Currently, we have 8 journals on the system. These are some of them. Okay. And this is the back end. Okay, depending on the version you are using. But for our own version, this is what we have. Very simple maneuver. Then for single journal cases I was involved in, this is for a Fountain of Knowledge Journal of Library Science. The other one, Communicates, a Journal of Library Science based in Edo State, Department of Library Science, Edo State. So apart from this, there are mega use cases from around the world. The INAS are quite, they are the one doing so much work using OJS, and they have a lot of journal online projects from around the world. The most successful one being the Agile. Many of us are familiar with Agile. Okay, Agile is based on OJS. And what can we do in Nigeria? Maybe that's a food for deliberation for us in this conference. What more? To say thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. My vocabulary has been enriched and my knowledge also. Thank you very much. I think take note of your questions. We're going to follow the exact same format. Save your questions for the end of the session. I think we'll now go with Basu. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, just like I am Olatubo Sobile, I'm in Nigeria, so I can call my name the way people understand it. It has to be shortened to that format so that other people can pronounce my name. It's always a difficult, it has been worded different locations. So they call me Bosu, but I am Olatubo Sobile. So I'm the regional engagement specialist.
One is other part.
Okay. For data sites in Africa. Data sites, everybody calls it ODOI, but it's more than DOI. Today I will just be discussing with us about data site DOIs for Nigeria, understanding the Eko-konnect consortium and the value added services. Eko-consortium is, let me say, standing for data sites in Nigeria. That's where I can put it, the consortium. So our universities, different organizations, we route through Eko-konnect in Nigeria. That is the way I can put it in a simpler way. So data site, just a little information about who we are. We are a global community that share a common interest. to ensure that research outputs and resources are openly available. We are not the one that enforces it, but we provide a platform to ensure that these outputs are well connected. We promote their reuse, advanced knowledge across and between disciplines, now and in the future. And as a community, we make research more effective with metadata. So metadata that we are talking about in Nigeria, we have it. Whether you are a member or not, you can access it. That can be used across because we create standards. We are not the one going to, we create a standard for different research outputs. The metadata connects research output and resources from samples and images to data and preprints. We enable the creation and management of persistent identifiers. We integrate services to improve research workflows and facilitate the discovery and reuse of output and resources. Now, I said all this jargon. In my profile, I only just mentioned some few things. I worked before in my previous life that's when the first time I met with Homo because he sent a mail to me. I worked for an international organization and I implemented open repository that was indexed. The repository was indexed in retrieve data. And then we had massive impact in terms of when you look at the citations of our data. I'm not even talking about journals, I'm talking about data. And pretty much this was facilitated by some tools that we had access to with data science. Because I actually implemented it, I led the whole thing with the policy implementation. So I'm not just talking as site staff, I'm talking as someone that have used their resources, developing repository, data management policy, implementing the repository, going for the advocacy, getting the policy to be adopted, institutionalized, and get our researchers, our scientists, we have students also to comply with it. So our community, we have like 5 fingers. We have the members who are people that join us. Our members are our own. We are actually governed by the members. Our members are our board members. We are the staff that will report back to the members. And we have those that we call the integrators. Those are different organizations, institutions that use our APIs. For instance, when you're talking about citations, the impact measurements, all the tools to get reports, dashboards, the integrators use them. We have the policymakers that we also work with, and some of them also fund us also. We have our collaborators where we try to do more advocacy, and then our researchers. That is a community like what we have here. So our services, we divided it into 4. Basically, when we talk about the FAIR principle, FAIR, findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability, which almost every one of us here are familiar with. That's what drives the services that we provide. So you can create DOIs as a member. The DOI that you create, you can do a lot with your repository, with your DOI itself. We do a lot of integration. We enable discovery, and then we promote the reuse. While doing this, there are so many questions that come along with it. That why should we create DOI? Why should we integrate? Why should we enable discovery? Why should we promote? What do we mean by creating DOI, integrating the workflows, enable discovery, and promote reuse? And how do we do that? This is not a technical session. If this has been a workshop, then I will have broken this down, perhaps to do some little hands-on to support us. So the various research outputs that are persistent identifiers, DOI. Some of the objects that you can create DOI for include your output like book chapters, conference paper, conference proceedings, data paper, data set, dissertation, thesis, journal article, preprint, and so on. Then coming to multimedia. Today, we have many academic work that are on video. Cornell University does that, Harvard does it too, and they have signed DOI to some of them. I just give an example of organizations outside Nigeria. Monash Satellite Campus in South Africa, they also do the same thing. Monash is an Australian university, but they have a satellite campus in South Africa. So I'm just giving an example of organizations that do that. And for process and workflows, if you have applied for grants before from BMGF, USAID, you have what is called data management plan. We are sending DOI to them these days. And you can always edit, have different versions. So all these workflows like models, outputs, peer review standard and workflow, you assign DOI to them. Then for physical objects like art and culture things, we have the artifacts, physical objects, the instruments you can give to them. Today we have code software. There is a project called Source for Africa. There is a software that I led the development before I left my former engagement. It's being used by EU up till this moment that I'm talking because they still call me when they have issues. That software, when I finished, because it was funded by EU, it was a 5 million euro project. So we have to make it open. So the source code, I put it on GitHub, but on open. So when people have issues, they contact me, blah, blah, blah. So I have to append DOI to it so that when anyone accesses it, we want to know the number of downloads and views. So for code, you can also put it there. Our strategic, I need to move fast. We provide data metrics. What can you metric? Measure your data impact, identify the registries and their repository. I want to move a bit faster. This is just a systematic link to what we provide. I need to move. The metadata that I mentioned about. This is of interest to this community. You don't need to pay for it. It's open, but you visit the site. You have the mandatory part, the recommended part, and the optional. When you get to resource type, that's where you're going to pick the kind of resource that you're talking about. Is it a book? Is it an article? Is it a chapter? Once you pick that, it's going to give you other kind of metadata record that you're supposed to put on your research output. So it's meant for our community. And the current version is 4.4. On 25th of January, we're going to have the 4.5. So, we support local context. Here, you can look at how do you connect your research output. As an institution, you have a repository. It's your repository index. Can it be found in retrieve data? If it's not, you are having local repository. Let me put it that way. Do you have ID for your institution? That is provided by RAW. For you as a researcher, you need to have an identifier. It's provided by OKIT. I'm talking about people, your institution that we're interconnected with. And for your objects, your research outputs, you have data sites. I won't mention constraint because we are not competitors. We see ourselves as collaborators. And then, what have I done?
The content is an identifier.
I agree with you. So let us start an Eko-konnect. So in Nigeria, I was mentioning before, Eko-konnect serves as a consultant lead. Other institutions, organizations comes in under them, and then you can have as many repositories in your universities. Many. You are not limited to one or two. And we have those that are direct members. Those are big organizations like Metadata. Like Meta is a member. Google is also one. Microsoft, they are, and US government too. So metadata services, I was talking about the metadata, which will be the latest version that will be launched on 25th. You can access it from schema.datasite.org, and then I mentioned about how the metadata they are collected. Now, this is just what happens to you and your visibility. When we are talking about institutional visibility, research visibility, and the researcher, this is what connects it. So I'm not going to spend much of my time on it, but without you having the appropriate metadata, even if you publish an article and you don't publish the metadata properly, your visibility will still be low, the impact will be low. You have to do it appropriately. And then the APIs that we have, there are so many. We call REST API, the MDS, the GraphQL, OIA, PMH, the usage report, integrators, best practices. So we have those that are free to the public. We have those that are just meant for our members only. And when you get to what is called our commons, AI, it is actually indexed. You can find information about your work. Find the data set, you can see the impacts, the download, the citations, the number of views, you can view it there. If you want to bring your works to the surface, you need to use and fill the metadata record appropriately, and then you can view your impact from the commons. Then we support recognition. Whatever you have done, you can see how it grows. For institutions, you can see dashboard about your works, your departments, your donors, and even your institutions, how it is compared to other institutions within your country or within certain regions. So that's what you can see, your publications or stuff. And then you can also measure based on work that is done. We also provide identifier for cultural heritage, objects, that is IGSM. It uses our DOI. We're going to drop that. The best practices, we want to ensure that your data, your DOI counts. So we are funding an initiative called Make Data Count. It's an open data corpus where any research output that has DOI, it's going to crawl it and you can see the impacts, the visibility, even along with your institution and who you are also. In data science, for us, we need to know that we also provide funding. Last year, we had what is called Global Access Program. Under it, we have Global Access Fund. We made call, some institutions applied. We have those that won in Nigeria, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Tunisia, that's within West Africa. We have other regions in Africa that they also won. We have the $20,000, we have the $10,000 category, and 50,000 dollars is in euro. So that of last year is gone. Those that won were announced earlier this week. For this year, there will be another one. And I hope we will apply because this fund is for you to promote open science, to build a repository, to fund campaign on open science. Thank you.
Thank you. That was quite a heavy lunch to take in. So you did justice, you went through it. I tried to take notes, I couldn't even keep up. But I'm sure the distinguished academics here have taken notes and be very ready for questions. Doc, over to you. I will give you 3 minutes extra for sitting next to me.
That's been a long day.
Don't be that long.
I know. It has been.
Don't be too long.
No, I won't.
Because you say it's a long day, everybody says it's true, we're tired.
Okay. I'm sure we are not. My name is Akini Adeleke. I've been introduced, and I want to thank Mr. Abu for that wonderful introduction he did for me. Thank you so much. Mr. Bosun has done majorly part of my work. Meanwhile, we just look at common metadata for collaboration and research sharing. I will first talk about the concept of research ecosystem. It's a community of researchers, and in that community, we interact to one another, interact with the environment, and we also interact with other stakeholders. And some of these stakeholders are the funding agencies, the government, the external institutes, both national and international. Then we have the students. So for us to have a sustainable ecosystem, there must be collaboration and knowledge sharing. That is a must for the members of the community. We are all conversant with why we collaborate. The main essence of collaboration is that we can access, especially the researchers, they can access multidisciplinary perspectives to what they are doing in terms of research. And also, they can take advantage of the pool resources, technologies, and funding that is available. If you don't belong to a particular group, the advantages and opportunities within that group, you may not have access to it. That is why collaboration is important in the ecosystem. Let me skip this. Then data sharing is important to research collaboration because data is the currency of science. Later we say data is life, but to the research community, data is the currency. So if you don't have it, if you don't have data, you cannot operate effectively and efficiently in the research community. So when researchers exchange data, they expand on each other's work and also accelerate discovery, innovation is fostered, then there will be reproducibility, and the data will be reproducible, and there will be transparency. So that is the essence of data sharing in research collaboration. But for research collaboration and for data sharing to be effective, there must be a proper description of the data to be shared. When person was speaking the other time, he was talking about repositories. All these repositories, they can only work together when they have properly described metadata. And that is why we are looking at common metadata for research collaboration and sharing. The data that describes other data is what we call metadata. Information about information. So when you have the content in the repositories, for the content to be discoverable, for easy discoverability of the content, it has to be described, and that is why we have metadata. In the traditional library setting, we were doing indexing, we were doing cataloging. Every catalog card you create is a metadata. And every index you do for any journal article is metadata. So the advent, when we have the digital environment, then the vocabularies are also changed. So when you talk, when you say catalog, you are talking about metadata. When you even metadata is what we do every day. In the shopping mall, when you go to the shopping mall, every item in the shopping mall has a metadata. So it is that metadata they use when you want to pay for a particular item that you picked on the shelf. they will key in the characteristics or properties of that item, and to bring you the price. And that is when they will calculate and give you your bill. So they use metadata. So on a daily basis, we use metadata. So just bring that into the research environment, research and scientific environment. So I have tried to define what the metadata is. So every institution that has a repository, we have metadata coming with it. The metadata can stand alone and can be embedded with the content of the repository. That is why you will have some databases that will say, oh, this one is it contains just bibliographic records. It's a bibliographic database. And that one will just have the abstract and some other elements of the content. For instance, if you have like African Journal Online, sometimes you will have you find the full text, and sometimes you just have the bibliographic data. And when you have the full text, then that is the metadata embedded with the full text. And some cases we just have the metadata, the bibliographic details of that item. So metadata is significant to the functionalities of research data repositories and databases. These days, when we talk about research data management, it's not just about publication data, but the data set, everything about that research is expected to be managed these days. In the past, we are just used to the publication, the full paper and all of that. But this time, everything should be open. In the open science environment, everything should be open. In other words, when you are submitting the paper, you are expected to submit the raw data. And the raw data must be described just as you are describing the manuscript. So it's no longer I submit my paper and you keep the data to yourself. No. They want to see the data that you used to generate the report that you are submitting for publication. So that is why these days we need to be very granular with the metadata that we are creating. It must be all encompassing. It must have more details than just title, author, and all of that. The metadata these days is expected to contain certain other elements, like when was the research conducted? Where was the research conducted? How many people are involved in the data gathering procedure? So all of these are important in the new ecosystem that we found. Let's skip this one. Now, types of metadata. We have majorly 5. It's usually between 3 to 5, but the main ones are administrative metadata, descriptive metadata, and structural metadata. But under administrative, we have 3 others. The rights metadata, that one manages the intellectual property rights, that is, the rights of the owner of the work. Then the technical metadata, that one is describing the data, technical details of what you have in the repository and the preservation, that is, what you need to, what you are expected to put in place to ensure the longevity and the viability of that data. Then, of course, the descriptive metadata, which describes the resource and its content. Then, structural metadata, that one will describe some relationships among the objects. Now, metadata for research collaboration. Now, the research ecosystem has a lot of diversities. And some of the diversity, we have diversity in the focus of the individual researcher and his institution. For instance, now, an institution that majors in agriculture, the repository they will manage will be different from an institution that is focused on medicine. Meanwhile, under medicine, you still have several other branches. So all these diversities characterize the current research ecosystem. So you may have 10 people working on one project, and each of them are in different fields. It's because there are components of the expertise of each of the participants. That is why they are coming together in a multidisciplinary project. So then there's diversity in types of data generated and preserved, and there's diversity in technology infrastructure for managing those. So all these diversities have led to proliferation of research data services. And we have data sites that I mentioned, Dataverse, network, Triad, Fixture. We have Zenodo and all of that. So since the services are designed to serve different communities, researchers and other stakeholders encounter difficulties with creating an interoperable research environment. So that is why it is necessary to have common metadata so that we can solve the problem of interoperability that is informed by these diversities in the research ecosystem. Now, what does common metadata mean? It's a set of metadata recommendations that strongly encourage the repository collect specific metadata when researchers publish their research outputs, including data from funding agencies. These days, funding agencies, they will not just put their money in a research that will not be open. They expect you to, make everything is open science. So there are certain questions that they will ask and they will expect you to respond to. So if you meet their requirements, that is when they will fund, because they expect their amount to be where their money is. So if the amount will not be where their money is, they will not put their money there. So common metadata ensures consistent metadata fields and vocabularies in use across data repositories. Since we have different repositories, like in Nigeria, presently, when Professor Hassan was talking in the morning, he talked about universities in Nigeria having repositories. There must be a common ground for all these repositories to come together in a federated arrangement, such that what is available to my university will be available to his university, will be available to UI and all of that. The only way to achieve this is when we have this interoperability. And to ensure this interoperability, common metadata is important. With that, we have consistent metadata fields, and we'll be speaking the same language. That's what we're expected to do. Then, common metadata enhances data sharing, discovery, and use. I have mentioned that initially. Now, you can see the benefits of common metadata to data sharing. It aids scientific trustworthiness and reproducibility, provides fair credit for data creators or authors, and helps future users to identify how others have used the data. So, now the common metadata framework is based on the FAIR principle, which is findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability. So if we are going to achieve a common metadata for management of repositories, it has to be based on the principle of FAIR. That is, the metadata elements must be based on this principle. And what are those things that we will need to do to achieve a common method? Number one, to achieve findability, we need to assign a global, unique, and persistent identifier, that is DOI. Many repositories in Nigeria do not have DOI. I was discussing with Mr. Owen when he asked if our university has a repository, and I told him we have, but we are working on acquiring DOIs for our content so that they will be more findable. Presently, our repository has gone cloud. We're in the cloud presently, but the optimization is still very low because if you search through Google, there are certain content. The contents that have DOI originally from their publishers, they will be easily found. But those that do not have DOI originally will not be easily found. So it will be good to work on assigning global unique person. Then we should describe data with rich metadata. What do I mean by rich metadata? That means it must have those elements that we often ignore. We do low-level description. If you follow the Dublin core metadata scheme, it has 15 elements. But the data site, based on the GREI, has about 17 elements. 37. Okay. But I think I saw 37 on your site in the GREI. So what I'm saying is that for the metadata to be rich, there are elements that we used to ignore, which we need to add to them. For instance, the source of the data, the laboratory where the experiment was carried out, even the technologist that was involved in the analysis of the data. All these things are necessary today. In the past, they were not very necessary. But in the present ecosystem, everybody is important, and we are expected to open everything up. Then, to achieve accessibility, we must use standardized communications protocol for the sharing of data on our OPAC, online public access catalogs. We use Z39.5 protocol. So such protocols are important if we are going to achieve accessibility, common metadata. Then, to achieve interoperability, we need to use formal, accessible, shared, and broadly applicable language of knowledge representation. So we should be speaking common languages for common. Then, to achieve reusability, we should ensure that our metadata have accurate and relevant attributes. That is, the attributes we use in the repository A to be what we use in the repository B. That will make interoperability and the reusability very easy. Now, what are the challenges of achieving common metadata? We have this lack of awareness, and this, I think somebody mentioned that in the morning. Many of the researchers are not aware of the importance of metadata. Then, unwillingness to share data. We saw that some people believe, or scientists in Nigeria believe, that knowledge is power. So when you share it, you lose your power. But in the knowledge management balance, knowledge is power, and The more you share knowledge, the more powerful you become. That is what we believe in the knowledge management science. Then coping with diversities in research and science economy. I mentioned those diversities. They are very difficult to cope with, but we can go around it. Then lack of required skills for research data management by stakeholders, especially those who are supposed to be in charge of metadata creation. The librarians, what we are used to is the cataloging system. But as I have said, what you do in cataloging analog or physical books is just what you do when you describe metadata for the digital documents. How do we overcome the challenges? Individuals and institutions working with researchers should continue to create awareness. We should, just as we are doing now, continue to create awareness about the importance of metadata to data sharing. Then researchers should be sensitized to opportunities of visibility and recognition. If you want to help these researchers to come out of their shells of believing that, oh, knowledge is power, I don't need to share it so that I will not lose my power. We should tell them that when you share your knowledge, you share your research, you have access to more funding because you become visible and you are recognized in your field. Then money will come, other opportunities will come. Then we should adopt domain-specific and controlled vocabularies. You use the vocabularies that are peculiar to your research field. So for our Greek now, they have their own, and that is why in the librarians, we have what we call control vocabularies, just such as subject headings, thesauri, glossaries, and all of that. They help in having a common control vocabularies. Then institutions should facilitate and sponsor capacity building programs for researchers and research data managers. We want to appreciate Eko-konnect for this kind of opportunity that we have in training people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Excellent. You took your 3 minutes, a little bit more, but we don't mind because you really done a good job of explaining this whole metadata jargon to us. I want to thank Ms. Idowu, who discussed the internationalizing of Nigerian journals from a standpoint of the scholarly communication librarian of his university, and he presented a very interesting use case. I think you have questions for him. Bosun Obileye or Latu Bosun, regional engagement specialist for data science, your discussion on persistent identifiers, your relationship with the Eko-konnect consortium, the value-added services, including your lead, which was a good segue into the metadata discussion. Very, very appreciated. Thank you very much. And Dr. Kinney, you wrapped up with in-depth discussion of the metadata elements and principles. And I think this has helped us understand the needs and requirements of data sharing more and the actions we need to take towards fulfilling them. We will have 15 minutes, I guess, 10 minutes to take some feedback and questions for the panelists, starting now.
Thank you very much. Interesting condition. I have like I have a question for Luther, but I have a grouse with Owen for not telling me that I could dress fantastically like this. In fact, suit and everything. He comes along and bounces and Nick the harness. So well done. it's actually a very nice presentation. I wanted to ask about the governance part. You've talked about metadata extensively. The problems spoken about in the morning regarding adoption, regarding all the problems with the tertiary institutions not really doing enough in this sector. The question is, based on what you've said, and you have taken it from a very naive point of mind that I'm not a librarian, I don't know it. Okay, they're asking me here, I'm not saying anything. What has your community done with regards to governance and all of this? Do you have like specialist offices like executive metadata officer or something in that sense, so that we're not just saying librarian, and you understand? IT people, we have all of these fancy titles that we attach to ourselves that make us look hip. So that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My own contribution or questions, both actually, regarding the open journal system. In terms of publishing, like you rightly said, I have about 10 now, my OJS. And my idea and thought is, how do I grow these journals to be of international standard? Because basically that is very important. I had this quarrel with TED Fund at some point. They gave money for us to do institutional-based research and asked us to go and publish in some journals outside the country. I was pissed off. And actually, they have funded a journal in the university. But now they're asking you, we're giving you money for research, but when you get the output, go and publish it in a larger journal. I was like, what happens to your own journal that you gave us money for? How does that one grow? How does that one become competitive with other journals outside Nigeria? Because my experience in South Africa, the NRF defined journals. Actually, the first journal contacts in South Africa is the local journals published in South Africa because they have gone through a process and have been rated properly. So they expect you to publish in a journal within South Africa first before you think of international journal. Yeah. So my worry is, as we do this, as we work to do this, how do we get these journals to become? Because my worry when you say international, I'm expecting other people to publish in my own journals. So how do I make my own journal international? Because we have a lot of, and I suspect that is the game that is happening in the university system. When you say printing an international journal, you find out that the journals are called International Journal of this. So automatically it's an international journal. So that's the name international. So it should be like that. So what makes it not international? After all, the name is international. So I think, how do we attract people from outside the shores of Nigeria to publish in our journals so that our own journals also grow to become a true international journal? Because I suspect it is the diversity of people who are, because even in the local Nigerian journal, you see names now from different universities around the world. Thank you.
Council address.
Right, so I know there'll be many questions, so let's just first of all try to address what's been raised. Mohammed was talking about the governance, and that is really, from an Eko-konnect perspective, it's really very important. First of all, there needs to be more involvement of the community in a lot of this, so that governance can be improved. And that was one of the reasons why we wanted yourself as really the chair of the, I know it's a long name, but the chair of the ICT directors in Nigeria to be here. Professor Shefu as basically the convener of the vice chancellors, and Professor Al Hassan. That community has to sort of come together and to start communicating more about how we adopt and implement policies that ensure that some of these standards that we're trying to put together are sustainable and have the proper governance.
And what you've talked about is a very typical example of the advocacy that also needs to go not just within this our community, but also to the funders. So the funders are very empowered because they give us the money to do the research, but they're not necessarily knowledgeable about some of the things they want their funding. So that was a very great example. We're supposed to be able to build this infrastructure um, in-house, in-country, adopt standards that can be utilized globally, locally, and globally. And yet, uh, organizations like TED Fund sometimes contradict their own policies by not really understanding what needs to be done. So we even have to have a bigger voice, we the community, through the various channels to even ensure that that kind of practice doesn't happen as much as it does. And really, our voices have to get stronger. The librarians' voices have to be much stronger so that we make the correct representation to government, to funders about what we really require so that governance can be improved. So that's really just sort of a more high level thing that we need to look at. And that also applies to what you were talking about when it comes to the metadata standards. So we have, as Dr. Adeleke mentioned, when you do deploy repositories, there are a number of different metadata standards that are already there, Dublin Core and the rest. So the thing is, the work you're doing with metadata standards, what is it that is so unique within Nigeria that we need our own metadata standards so that we can share? We need to understand that as well. Why we need it, what are those elements that we need to come up with a metadata standard that works within the country. And then once we understand all of that, then the governance makes more sense once we really understand that. And so I think there's a lot of the political aspects of it, as Mohammed mentioned, that we need to address as we go into the work of actually coming up with that metadata standards. So it was a really great question that you asked, and I hope I did a little bit of justice to it.
I just wanted to say, why are you talking in the future? They already have a common metadata that they have devised. You didn't see that's the problem with not speaking up.
Well, has that been? I know you're working. Is it available? Okay. Maybe you should have started.
Yes. Sorry, we already have a metadata standard that takes care of all the diversities, especially in Nigeria. Issue of language, issue of discipline, issue of even location. We have already schema, for Nigerian research ecosystem. Well, the level we are presently is that we want to advocate for all institutions that have repositories to adopt. And we are working on a blog, that we are going to showcase all these elements that we have added to, because we built it on we now improved on what Oblique has provided. I think we have about 30. How many? More than 40. More than 40.
Can I just? Yes. What they says, because that's the thing about communicating, and I'm very keen to make the point because the CVC Secretary General is here. So the librarians that were part of that task team, how many of you are in the metadata task team? So there are only 3, 1, 2, 3 of you. So another thing I was going to make the point, because this metadata, the work was done based on existing metadata, because the idea is, take the fields that are relevant to you. So we based this in the team, like so I worked with the team as well, on the work that's been done by JP Core. So some of you who were in the Eko-konnect 2020 conference remember Eko-konnect partners from Japan. who came to visit at the time just before the COVID, were looking at building out a repository. So some of the work they had done in Japan, the national schema in Japan, had taken in the elements. So data site schema, Dublin core, all the elements of that you really need so they did a lot of work. So what we did in the team was, okay, there's no point in reinventing the way. What we need to know is which of these schema attributes don't we need? Take it out. What is it that we need that's in it or not in it? Add it in. So basically, we have taken that. So we've worked from best practice point of view, remove the Japanese specific entities that are not peculiar to Nigeria. And interestingly, the work that you have done, some of it has now been incorporated into the Japanese model because they think different. For instance, one of the colleagues, who remembers Miho? Miho, yeah. So Miho just got her PhD. She's been a professor for about 20 years because this is a bit different there. You get your PhD in our system and get your experience. They get the experience first before you do your doctorate. So she wrote her thesis. She was very proud of it when I went to December. So that's we have done, and we have another reason why I'm looking at you. So Chief, now you've got a draft policy. You've got common metadata scheme. You've got a community that needs to be driven. So I think what's missing here, right, is CVC leadership. So I'm really looking forward for CVC to at least make the sort of signpost the future for the rest of the community. So we have something to base what we do on campus. So if it is a policy that describes all those elements, that is at national level, that university leadership says, forget all of this, we have to stamp on this. This is a piece of content, some guides that we think the community should adhere to. Then the campuses can take that as a template and contextualize it, first of all, on campus, and can work a little bit better, especially with the shared metadata. I thought it was worth it. So that is exactly why I've been simply, they said, well, this morning I said, should we smile or should we not? Because that's the point. We want to publish that. We will bring it to a head as a community in March when we have the Nigeria dedicated session. So within the Wakrine conference, I'm hoping that from this meeting, you can have an outcome that says you will meet again in March, and then it won't just be talk, we would have brought all these outputs into a clear work plan that we take in 2024 to drive this agenda that we keep on talking about. But this year, do it since you now have some outputs, you have policies in draft, you've got a metadata schema, you've got data site, you have ORCID later telling you about, why this speeds up. And then we should do more than talk about services. Moving on from action. Thank you.
Can I respond to some of the concerns on the concern raised by Professor Wright? Now, you're doing a very good job starting off, having 10 journals on OGS. And that's why I said technology is the ideal democracy. We just need to take it, more and more further, to getting it indexed in certain quarters. So once they are indexed, I believe the language now is being indexed. So if your journal is indexed, TETON will not say should not, publish your local research in there. So, and that is just by following standards, okay? You have the COP, the Committee of Publishing Ethic. Okay, if you go with their standards, incorporating that into your journal system, in no time you are, indexed. And if they are open access, getting them into DOAJ is another way. So once you have all those things going for you, anybody can publish from it, from all over the world. You have one of our journals, somebody wrote from Italy, recently asking about which journal should we submit to. We have 3 law journals, and it's going to write on a law, on a legal EU, and it was asking which one is relevant to this topic. He shared the topic and after we advised him, write, into this journal, all the way from it. All right. Then the EU of governance for metadata, Mahmoud, right? Yeah, we do have that kind of thing happening. Maybe not in Nigeria yet. what we still have, like in Nigeria, we still have this broad view of librarianship. We have Liberia 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, without, senior Liberia without role being attached, specific role being attached. Like, I happen to be the first quality conservation librarian in the country because that's the work I'm doing. And you cannot just make me librarian this, librarian that. So it has to speak to my role and function, okay? And I've been operating in that space. And it's really working for me. And that's the standard globally that I'm trying to follow. And in metadata librarianship too, we have something like that globally, especially in North America. It used to be cataloging, but with technology, that rule has changed. So you have many advertisements for metadata library. Okay, so in Nigeria, I believe the university librarians are here. You can begin to think about, jiggling the what's it called, the nomenclature for librarians. Yeah, to tally with services offered.
I think we actually have run out of time. But I still see many houses hands up, and in fact, someone on his feet. So, we still have a full session, and the day is fast spent. So, please, just one quick question, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Professor Conrad Amoyini. I'm from Covenant University. And I think a lot of things have been said, but I'm very happy that Professor Chufu is here. And he knows I'm here to make trouble with him. And I'm hoping that that trouble takes us to a good place. Before I go in, I just really want to say, I thought Hassan would still be here. I've had a big fight with librarians for a long time now. They need to fix their houses. They are not willing to enter. Let me just say what the librarians are not willing to enter into the ICT space. They need to wake up and enter into the ICT space. Nothing more. If they get in there, then they will have what is their assistant right now. The ICT directors are literally taking everything away from librarians. You cannot continue to catalog paper. Please, people are decommissioning buildings. Everything is going cloud and things like that. Nobody's going to count books. My students don't use books. I don't know what you are going to do with that. Or not that being said, that's the way side. Now to Professor Chefu, we need to get VCs. Now librarians are ready. Let's say quote. That ICT people are ready. Let's say quote. But we know that in Nigeria, unlike you have in the West and all of that, the VCs hold a lot of power. So we need to get the one with the power to buy into this whole talk. We had a few things last time in September, October? In September, and we were kind of not too disposed then. We understand that. But we need to take that from where we left it and brush it off and move on. Because we are thinking of a consumption for the VCs. So if you have something being formed at the librarians level, something being formed at the data cities level, they are ready. But we know that there's somebody to take that decision. And we're looking at those people. We know why Crane Live Librarians have been holding conferences and talk. I've been involved in a whole lot of it. But until we get the VCs to see what we are seeing, you all know that we're not going to go anywhere. Am I speaking our mind? That is the whole thing. So, Prophet Chefu, back to you again. Myself and Owen are bleeding. We need you to come on board with us. And so we'll know where we're carrying this bleeding to. We need to get everybody together. And the moment that becomes the right, those people are speaking. The third fund money, whatever money is coming in, you will understand that if VC understands that this is important to him, then he will take us on. But if this is another wahala, he will just put you by the side and go to things I think he will make his tenure laudable. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a round of applause for everyone who's participated. You know, in a conference and a talk shop, we can't stop talking, but it's been allocated and we'll be doing this massive disservice to the next session if we don't allow them to start. On this note, we wrap up this session. I thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
We will keep this session very straight and sharp. But to situate things within the right context, before I call on the distinguished panelists, I want to make the point that the way we live and learn have fundamentally and forever shifted. Thanks to hyper-connectivity enabled by digital technologies. And an essential ingredient for harnessing the power of emerging technologies is identity and access management. And that's what the next session is all about. Identity and access management focuses on two ingredients. One is privileges, and the second is trust. Quite a number of the speakers have elaborated on the need for very resilient and scalable IAM, as well as the need for trust. Privileges are what people can do with the IT resources at their disposal. Trust is whether we have confidence that people will use those privileges in a trustworthy manner. To backtrack, we are still playing catch up with the general purpose technologies that power the first industrial revolution, the second industrial revolution, and the third industrial revolution, simply because we didn't have access to those technologies. Steam engine, electricity, the internet. One of the profs that spoke this morning did say that in one of the universities up north that they have no access to electricity and internet in 2024. Thankfully, the general purpose technology that powers the fourth industrial revolution has been democratized by digital technologies. And what will give us access to it is what some of the things that we'll be discussing in this session. So I have the privilege of inviting two distinguished ladies. Wale, you have three gentlemen. I have two distinguished and accomplished ladies to do justice to this topic. The first is Miss Florence Iweha, Business Operations Manager at Data Sphere. Florence Iweha is seasoned business and executive manager, hosts over 9 years of distinguished experience across diverse industries such as healthcare, audit and accounting, education, banking, real estate, oil and gas, and tech. Her professional journey reflects a proven track record in navigating Microsoft Office suites, fostering seamless customer relations, implementing effective human resource strategies, and excelling in C-suite executive management. With an unwavering commitment to the highest standards of professional decorum, Florence emerges as a valuable asset. Her practical insights, honed through hands-on involvement in diverse sectors, underscore her adeptness at navigating complex business landscape. Listen, join me in welcoming Florence. Next is Ms. Lombe Tembo, Executive Leader, OSIP. Ms. Tembo, based in Zambia, is a great program officer engagement leader at OSIP, an international non-profit organization that offers unique identifiers for researchers and scholars, facilitating the collection of their research activities across various systems. Additionally, she plays a key role in expanding membership and adoption. Within these underserved areas while ensuring member satisfaction and the delivery of value. Rombe holds a master's degree in development studies and a bachelor's degree in economics, which provides her with a strong foundation for her contributions to advancing research, collaboration, and scholarly publication. Thank you, you're most welcome. All right, so let's go straight to the discussions. We have 10 minutes to make your content presentation, and then we'll take questions from the audience. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, everybody. My name is Florence, as mentioned. I am the Business Operations Manager at Data Space Solutions Limited. Okay, today I'll be talking about one of our core products of Data Sphere, which is ID, and the pilot of your currently. Okay, and the pilot of your currently running. But before that, I would like to mention a few things about us as Data Sphere, the product itself, and then the pilot that we're currently running. Now, DataSphere is a software development company that leverages on open source infrastructure and its technologies to serve the educational sector and its stakeholders. So we've been around for about 2 decades. However, we had to take a break to focus on other priorities within the business. Or recently, our leaders has found the need to reintroduce us to the community. We've always been an advocate for the REN communities and by offering, open tools for the community. Other than that, it's good to mention that we played a central role in the launch of Eko-konnect in 2010. Now, other than that, we offer a few services, which is ID that I'm going to be discussing today. And then we have a book publishing platform, which is Book Hub, and then a journal publishing platform, which is Journal Hub. Aside from that, we provide other ICT consultancy and capacity development for the digital transformation for the education sector. Then a few of our partners is DASI. DASI International is our partners for the development of ID. And then we have, of course, Eko-konnect, and then we have Coco International. Coco International is the partners in which we develop Book Hub and Journal Hub together. Of course, you can check our website for other information about what we do. Then I'll move on to the product itself. So the product is ID. So generally, ID is a cloud-based regulated identity and access management platform that ensures its robustness because it was developed using an open source infrastructure to serve, of course, the REN community and its stakeholders. Now, the uniqueness about ID is that it provides a lifelong identity for its users during the course of their educational career. So what that simply means is, as compared to what we have now for example, we say for students, if I'm a student of University A and I then maybe graduated from that university and I've gone to University B, so what will happen now is I have to keep my credentials for the previous university so that I can, go back and take any information or data that is stored there. And then, of course, I might need those information for University B in case of my pursuit of my academic training. But what happens is with ID, you just have a single sign-on as a staff or as any stakeholder within the REN network. And then as a student, you just have that and then you can access all this information without having to, log out from different institution or different platforms with different identities. And this comes across even using other platforms like Zoom or Google. All of us here, of course, have different logins for different platforms. So with ID, you just have one single sign-on that is used across board. Now, of course, who is ID for? Now, like I mentioned, ID is established or developed using for all the REN communities. But however, we need to narrow that down and understand the stakeholders within this umbrella. So of course we have the university leaders, we have the ICT directors and the ICT managers, we have the librarians, we have the researchers, we have the staff, and of course you can't leave out the students. This is the main reason why ID was put there, so they can have a more seamless journey within their academic pursuit. Now the next will be the problem statements. Now, One of the reasons why we developed Bonafide is to curb multiple logins, like I already mentioned, of course, to enhance digital transformation, to curb data security and risk, library resources and management, and then automation and compliance. And I'm going to narrow that down back to our stakeholders here. Now, for the university leaders, of course, they can use Bonafide to curb the management, the compliance to regulation, and generally how the whole system is being used within their specific institution. Now, for ICT managers, they can use the system to, system integration can be included. They can manage data, and of course, they can manage the users within the mainframe through Bonafide. Now, for librarians, they have access to a lot of open source infrastructure that are within the platform, and they can also have access to other services that are also plugged in through Bonafide, because Bonafide connects them to other service providers. Now, a key thing to mention here is that Bonafide enhances collaborativeness across board. So even if we want to have services for different stakeholders, it ensures collaborativeness within this department. Now, the next will then be researchers. On this level, they can have access to digital resources, research database, and they can also collaborate within the platform. Now, for the staff, we can say that the staff has access to admin resources and services that are plugged in through Bonafide. And of course, for the students, remember I mentioned about the single sign-on. So through that, this single sign-on that are also issued to the students, they can now access different services, different information and resources plugged in through Bonafide. So in a way, that is how we go to curb these problem statements that are outlined here. Now, of course, we want to know why. Why do we need Bonafide? Now, the first thing is, like I mentioned, Bonafide was created using open source infrastructure, which in turn, guarantees the sustainability of the foundation of the system, and also it also encourages the use and the reliability of the platform, and then efficient identity and access management. So generally, what this means is data and access are streamlined based on the system, and then you can also curb duplication, as we see now in the institution, whereby they have different information or the same information in different departments. Now, by doing that, you can also say that you reduce duplicacy and then there's efficiency in your time management. Now, the next thing is security. Bonafide uses like a multi-authentication factor to guarantee the security of the system and then to guarantee the security of the data and information that are within the system. And of course, we want to know how this saves us money. As compared to the multiple resources that we have or the multiple system, and this is not just putting into consideration the physical archives that we have to use for this information. It also has to do with the manpower and then the cost of managing multiple systems that we use in different departments. Now, through Bonafide, we can actually curb that because now you have one central location to access all this information. And it's good to mention that Bonafide uses a subscription-based model, so you pay as you go. That way, you're even reducing not just cost, but manpower or in terms of workload for the admin departments. Now, I'll go straight to the pilot. Now, we are currently running a pilot with this one portfolio university that's going to span for 6 months. Now, we all, here at DataSphere, we have like a standing relationship of over 10 years with the university, and we felt it was good news to actually pilot this with them. And then also, we've always had this standing relationship in the development of their ERP within the institution, so we decided to run the pilots with them. Now, the pilots has started and it's going to span for 6 months. Now, here we have like the total number of students and staff members that are going to be onboarded on Bonafide. So this is like a rough number of the validation that has to happen before we can finally say Udus has been onboarded into the Bonafide platform. Now, our objective, of course, all pilots has to have an objective. So the first objective is to prove out access management of Udus identities for a variety of user groups and roles. Now, we'll get into that shortly. I just want to make sure we're aligned on the objective of the pilot. Now, the next one will then be integrate border and national and regional identity federations for access to service providers. Now, like I mentioned, Bonafide connects you to other service providers inside the system. Now, by doing so, we want to make sure that not just nationally or regionally, Udus is connected to these service providers. Now, the next one will then be to demonstrate the value of federated institution managed identity through access to service providers. So now that we've integrated them into this national and regional identities, we need to make sure that they get the value of having a federated institution managed identity by also making sure they have access to the service providers within it. Now, this is like a rough step of what it means to have UDUs into bona fide. Now, the first step, of course, is we need to have an agreement signed for the pilot. Now, once that is signed and everything is concluded, the next would then be to have a customer portal created for UDUs. Now, we at DataSphere, we have a CRM platform that we use to manage all our clients, stakeholders. This way, we can then open an account for UDUs, and once the credential is sent and they can access our platform, this platform is going to be our primary platform in correspondence use and any form of documentation that will be sent throughout. And then once this is created and the credential has been sent, next will then be onboarding process and validation of this data into bona fide. Now, this has to do with the initial number that I projected before. So once this is validated, every information in terms of students, in terms of staff, needs to be confirmed. Once that is confirmed and we are sure that every information received is the right information, we can then say this process has been done and then feed them into the system. But after that, we need to assign roles and privileges. Now, this is done by UDUs. They let us know who will do what and what authorization and privileges would happen. Now, this is in line with the first objective, because these are the roles, these are the user roles that will then be identified, that we need to know that they have access to these platforms and then they have the access to what it is that their role is given to do. Now, once this is confirmed, the next step will then be to demonstrate or demonstration of access to e-learning, which is the Moodle platform, and then to federate them into eduid.ng and eduid.africa. So once that is done, we can say that we've successfully onboarded UDUs into bona fide, but we don't have the general workflow of bona fide. Now, generally, this is a pilot, right? So the first step, of course, like I just mentioned now, is the first step over there. UDUs has been onboarded. So what does that translate to? So it translates to them being federated generally into bona fide, and the true bona fide they can access eduid.ng and eduid.africa. So in turn, it means that every service or service providers that are plugged into these platforms, they can now access it, or UDUs can now access those services. Now, one of the few services using the single sign-on that both the students and the other stakeholders will have, they can now access, for example, the Moodle platform. And put in mind, this is a pilot, so we can't plug in all the services and all the service providers within this platform. So right now, we plugged in Moodle, which is the e-learning platform, and then also we plugged in Working Video, which will be used for any other classroom work or conferences, whatever it is that we need to do within the institution. And then we plugged in our scholarly comms. Now, right now, it's been yet to be confirmed which scholarly comms will be plugged in. Is it going to be book hub or journal hub? But right now, that has not been decided, but one needs to be plugged in. So generally, this is what we're happening for the next 6 months. Is what we're going to be trying to, project and then determine for the next 6 months to make sure that they get federated properly, which is in line with the second objective. And then not only that they get federated into these identities or into these broader federations, they also have access to the services and service providers within this platform. That way we can then say during the course of these 6 months, we can now get the feedback to ascertain if the pilot or the success rate of the pilot. Now, these are the next level. Before that, I would like to mention that even though we have UDUs and we are trying to gain as many more institutions to come on board, this is going to help us elaborate on the fact that Bonafide is a more collaborative platform that allows more people to connect and then utilize the tools within the platform. But right now, we're on this step of completing the validation. So now we've completed about 19,000 of the information or the data that was received. But we need to make sure that all validation is complete. Then once that is done, we can now say UDUs has been onboarded on Bonafide, and then we move on to the next stage. Now, the next stage will also be to have, fortnight meetings with UDUs to certain things and then have feedbacks as we progress through the pilot. But generally, that's what Bonafide is all about and currently the pilot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Florence, for that very great presentation. IDAS. That's something new. I'm learning this for the first time. identity as a service. That's clearly resonated. Let's quickly go to Lombe. I've been told that you have 20 minutes for your presentation, so please.
Thank you very much. It's unfortunate that I have the session, everyone is trying to rush home, but I will be as quick as I can be. So my presentation is entitled ORCID at the Heart of PID Integration for Researchers and Research Output. So I'm going to skip a few things because it's so nice that a lot of the other presenters spoke about quite a few of the things that I'm going to speak about in my presentation. So I want to start by talking about what a PID is. I know earlier someone had a question about DOIs and what's the other thing? And PIDs. So I would just like to clarify a few of those things. So first of all, when we talk about what a PID is, it's basically a persistent identifier. And what does this mean? It means that a persistent identifier uniquely identifies things, and each PID resolves to one entity. And this can be a data set, could be a person, it could be a journal, an article, it could be many things, but it's basically one ID to one specific thing. Also, they're stable and reliable. So the P in persistent means that they stick around forever. It's not like if today you stop using your ORCID ID, then it can be reassigned to someone else. It means that for the rest of all time, it's basically your ID forever. So they can be reassigned, they're well governed, and they're technically resilient. And I know Bosun spoke about the FAIR principles. They're findable, accessible, reusable, and interoperable. And this is something that we will keep singing about just so people can really understand what that is to be. So basically, they're resolvable by humans and machines. PIDs are easily made into URLs with landing pages and underlying metadata. And I know someone spoke quite a lot about metadata, so I'm very happy that they presented before I did. Why a PID? Omo mentioned this, and so I'm going to talk about this a bit. So they disambiguate. They provide clarity. So when you say someone wrote a book, exactly which book are you talking about? Who exactly wrote that book? Who exactly did a peer review? So it really provides clarity on who exactly did what. So they prevent confusion and they solve this problem really well. So I'll give an example a bit later. Also, they provide a more accurate picture of activity. And it then becomes very easy for you to share, to reuse, and also to distribute your information, attribution, sorry, not distribution. So this basically, it gives attribution to authors, to organizations, and also to funders. So this really helps in publication and reporting. Also, they save money. I was trying to remember which journal it was, but in 2021, there was I'm going to link it into the presentation, but in the UK, for instance, because PIDs are being used so well in the UK, it saved about £1 million. I will link this to the presentation just so I don't look like a liar. But basically, PIDs also enable automation and interoperability, and this helps to save money because of the automation that is built into these systems. So it also facilitates trusted exchanges, it enables aggregation, also it removes transcription errors. So this is something that helps in the long run. So there are PIDs for many entities, and this then comes back to the question about DOIs. So in the early days, we mainly focused on people, places, and things. So if you look at the persistent identifiers for people, we have ORCID, we have Scopus, Scopus IDs, we have ISNIs, but also these also have their very different, they're very specific things about these different IDs. For example, very quickly, the difference between Scopus ID and ORCID, as a very brief example, Scopus IDs are not, they're not run by the users, which is different from ORCID, which is basically the users having control over their persistent identifier. And then for places, we have, it could be universities or funders, and examples of these PIDs are ROAR, Ringgold, Grid, and so on. For things, we have DOIs, just like Bosun spoke about earlier. And these things could be articles, data sets, books. So those are some examples. But now we also include persistent identifiers for grants and also for research activities. So for grants, we have cross-ref grant IDs, and for research activities, we have RAID. So now there's so many different persistent identifiers for various things. So these are just like the priority PID entities that I wanted to mention here. So PIDs are all connected. And this is a PID graph that was shared here. Yes, so underlying metadata means that systems can then exchange information about all these different entities and then link them together, which is, if they existed on their own, that wouldn't, it wouldn't be very helpful. So for instance, grants can be connected to the principal investigators who are in charge of a specific project. Peer reviews can be connected with papers. Data sets can be connected with data management plans. And also people can be connected with their works. And this is why we give a PID graph to just show how exactly this happens. This is just for the humor, but it's also very real. So for instance, someone says, I'm the 38th author, and someone responds, well, that sucks. The person says, I hadn't finished, I'm the 38th author called Wang. So this is something that happens quite a bit, and I can relate to this because my last name is Tembo, which is a very, very common name in Zambia. So this is something that I could definitely understand. So the ability to disambiguate researchers is critical for a trustworthy scholarly record. So you might ask, what's in a name? And I know, especially for women, women might have published certain things before they got married, and then they get married, and you're not sure if that work is still going to be attributed to you. But with ORCID, which is the PID for people, you would still be able to add all those different names, and they would all be linked to your one persistent identifier. Also, individuals and organizations can use different alphabets, abbreviations, or naming conventions, but this still allows you to receive that attribution for all your work. Also, people use different versions of their names during their career. I have an example on the next page. So this person, Karim B. Romdan, has, those are all different versions of their name. The fact that, so this is what their ORCID profile would look like. And up there, it says also known as, so all the different names. It could be a maiden name, could be a married name, could be someone just changing their name, but they still are producing work. And all those names would still be linked to their ORCID profile. There. So this also talks about the ORCID, how ORCID facilitates the automation and reuse of PIDs. And we do include all the other PIDs, and these can all be included in the ORCID profile. So as you can see there, it says other IDs, so you can include other IDs that you have, and everything is still found in one place. Here there's place PIDs, things PIDs, and all these PIDs are linked to your profile, so you wouldn't be losing any of your work, but everything would be found in one place. So yes, I've spoken quite a bit about PIDs, but I want to bring it down to what ORCID is. So yeah, first a few ORCID facts. So it's an independent not-for-profit, which is open to participation by all. Our registry was launched in 2012, but we're guided by our values and founding principles. And once again, fair open data, we're committed to making fair and open data available. And we do this through our public API and our annual public data file. We also ensure transparency by allowing any member to nominate a candidate for the board. So the three main services that we offer as an organization. The first one would be the ORCID ID, which is the unique persistent identifier, which is free of charge to researchers. The second one would be the ORCID record, which is it's a digital CV, basic work profile, which is then connected to the ORCID ID. And that can include so many different aspects. So it could be employment, your education, any funding you might have received, peer reviews, research output, and other metadata. The third service is the ORCID API, which is a set of application programming interfaces, or APIs, as well as the services and the support of communities of practice. enabling interoperability between an ORCID record and its member organizations. So we have broad adoption around the world. At the moment, we have individual users in 250 countries, which is basically every country on the planet apart from those 4. At the moment, we have yearly active researchers of over 8 million as of 8th January this year. In terms of member organizations, we have 27 national consortia and 1 regional consortium, but it's still very sad to see all those blank spaces, the little white bits, parts of Asia, a very big part of Africa, which is another reason I have this job. So, and we also have over 1,000 organizational members and over 5,000 active integrated systems. And so this is, if you're to remember anything at all today, please remember this. So researchers are basically at the center of everything that we do. And this connects all these different systems. And you can see the person at the center there is the researcher. So in a nutshell, researchers securely share the IDs with the systems that they interact with, providing them with their ID and providing additional information. And also these systems then share information about researcher activities. And this creates a chain of validated and trusted assertions about researcher activity. So in all these assertions, the persistent identifiers are really key to making sure that these assertions are trusted. Also, this is to make sure that the right person gets the credit for the right research activities and that it is associated with the right institutions. This is also all automated, so researchers have to be at the center of this. So we aim to balance researcher control and data quality. How do we do this? So that's a little scale, just in case it wasn't very clear. And on one end, we have researcher control, and on the other end, we have data quality. So it's important that researchers own their own records. Researchers also have to be able to control who accesses their information. So it means they could set their profile to private, could set it to trusted organizations only, or it could be a public. They control who has access to that information. It's all up to them. Also, they can change that access at any time. It's all up to the researcher. So organizations can only add information to ORCID records with the researchers. It doesn't go without saying that it depends on whether the researcher wants that organization to be able to read or write. Also, they can only update or delete information that was added by them. And then on the other hand, we talk about data quality. So the terms of use prevent misrepresentation. And what this means is that if there's any false data that is included in an ORCID record, this can be disputed by anyone in the community. Also, machine learning algorithms detect obvious spam. And also, disputed and spam records are removed from use pending correction or withdrawal. So it's just very important that even though researchers have control over their records, there's also data quality because this also feeds into our trust mechanism for the organization. So trust in an ORCID record accumulates over time as reliable and trustworthy data sources and information with the record holder's permission, of course. Okay, so I'm just going to talk a bit about the Global Participation Program, which is the program that I manage. So the ORCID Global Participation Program is an initiative that was launched in, remember the map that I pointed at earlier? Those gaps, the gaps in the, the gaps in the amount of ORCID uptake in terms of organizations. So those are the needs of the community, and this was done in partnership with our generous partners. So ORCID's GPP is a two-pronged approach to achieving equity in participation. So the first part of that is the membership equity program, and the second one is the Global Participation Fund. A bit about the membership equity program. So what we're trying to do is that if organizations are trying to come together and take advantage of discounts, if they start a consortium, there is an 80% discount for low-income countries, and there's a 50% discount for lower middle-income countries. Also, there's a lower threshold of 3 members as opposed to 5 members for the first year of this consortium. This aspect of the GPP is fully funded by ORCID. On the other hand, we have the Global Participation Fund, which has two distinct grant programs. The first one being community development and outreach grants. And these are meant to fund local partners to build ORCID communities of practice in the Global South. We also have technical integration grants, and these ones are meant to fund development of systems that are likely to drive participation in the Global South. I know earlier someone spoke about how there is most organizations in here have been using DSpace. So DSpace grants, anything that would be improving the usage of DSpace in low-income countries or lower middle-income countries, anything that would help with DSpace improvements would go under the technical integration grants, for instance. We actually did have one awardee that worked on the DSpace CRIS improvements. And we do have one coming up, which will be announced in the next few days, that is also trying to improve the usage of DSpace and how it's linked to ORCID. So yes, the structure of the program supports the diversity of grantees, and we have 2 grant cycles per year. We have one coming up in around April, so please do look out if it's something that you'd be interested in. We have about 5 grants per cycle, and the funding award per grant is between $5,000 and $20,000 US. But it's also important to note that any of these grants need to feed into the goals that I spoke about earlier. And other grantee benefits are dedicated ORCID staff contact, invitation to participate in the ORCID grantee forum in the community, also invitations to grantee community events, invitation to ORCID virtual and in-person events, as well as inclusion in our community, in our communications program, so what I will focus on here is that Eko-konnect was one of our very first awardees, and they've done such amazing work. Thank you, Owen. And they've also been working together with different grantees who were part of the first cycle winners. And yeah, so the second group of winners were these. Also, someone mentioned OJS earlier. So PKP is really working quite a lot with on the OJS project, and we'll see how that goes. But we are sharing updates on our website as well as on our socials. So the next call will be announced in early April, and I put a link in there just in case you would want to look out for that. And it's also on our socials. So please do look out for that. I have already spoken about these things, but basically the goals are, this is what people should be looking out for if they want to apply for those grants. So yeah, I think I will end here. Thank you so much for staying.
All right, thank you, Lembo, for that presentation. Now we will go to the question and the answer session. But before generative AI came onto the scene, there was so much talk about metaverse and non-fungible assets. ORCID and providing persistent ID for people, places, and things seem to be a practical use case of that concept. Thank you very much for bringing that clarity. The floor is open for questions, please. If you have any question, can you identify by raising your hand? And specify who you are directing the question to, Florence or Lingo. Okay, I have a question for both of you. Okay, please. Okay.
So my question, is half a question to Lombe and Eko-konnect and the room. Of course, Lombe will take it. So I'm saying, okay, and I've always liked the fact that ORCID was free in the fullest sense to the researcher. So it meant researchers could basically have a research ID. So, and I'm also, I'm looking at you. So my question to you is, the program, the membership equity, is that a permanent change? Are you saying that there always will be an 80% discount and it will never be changed as long as we have enough clout on the governance of ORCID and can make sure that nobody changes it? So that's good. Thank you very much. So my next question is to Eko-konnect, this, as a recipient of the grant, what exactly is the offer to the community? Because you can see the questions haven't come up spontaneously. So what is it? What is the offer to the community? And why should we? I'm a big believer in ORCID. We signed a collaboration agreement in 2012 before people really were ORCID. So I'm very pro ORCID, but I want to understand what as an ecosystem, because I'm hoping that when we go in March, this is we have a plan on how we sort of drive this forward. So what is the plan?
Okay, thanks for that question, Omar. I think, first of all, before I answer your question, there does need to be a lot of awareness and advocacy among librarians and researchers about how they can adopt ORCID ideas, first of all. From our experience, many of our researchers and librarians are quite familiar with Google Scholar and ResearchGate, and they've not really understood the possibilities of how their visibility in terms of their own personal profiles, the work they do, and the work that their institutions do can gain much visibility locally and internationally. And the offering from Eko-konnect, working with our partners in ORCID and DataSite, is to actually have our institutions leverage in totality the use of persistent identifiers. Because persistent identifiers improve scholarly communication, scholarly output, researcher visibility, and institution visibility. There are also many of the other identifiers that we've talked about today with BonifyID, EduID. These are other education identifiers that once, if adopted, gives you access to more services, more service providers. So what we're trying to push is the full adoption of persistent identifiers and also trying to push that awareness and advocacy through the channels of the Association of the Librarians, the ICT directors, and obviously at the management level, leveraging the committee of vice chancellors. So that's really the goal, to increase the awareness and adoption of persistent identifiers to improve scholarly practice. Really.
Thank you, Omar. Actually, wouldn't have said it even any better than Owen did. But just to answer that very first question that you had, it's not a marketing scheme to get people to sign in and then increase the price to 100% again. What we're trying to do is to increase the equity in participation, and it is low, especially because you can't compare, $2 in Africa and the same value, $2 in the US or the UK. It's a very different ballgame. So for that reason, how we are improving that equity is to make sure that there is a much lower price for the different levels. So that is something that we've put in place as part of our strategy to make sure, that organizations are still able to participate.
All right. The question I was going to ask is that it appears as if there is proliferation of IDs here. You have Bonaf ID, you have Edu ID, you now have ORCID in its persistent ID, even though it provides more comprehensive identification for things and places. The question I have is there is a possibility that we will have one substitutes for them, or do you have to subscribe to all three?
So you have bona fide, you have A to ID. Now you have office with ID.
So that's the thing we need a dedicated PEATS workshop that would allow Lombe, for instance, describe a little bit more what Orchid ID does. And I hear from EFA that might be possible soon to see and allow Florence to describe bona fide. So we need to understand the fact that we're not getting questions, right? Compared to the other sessions. You see, when Jane was speaking, so we have a challenge. We should have been having librarians leading this session with questions. The fact that the room is quiet tells you that there's a gap there. So I'll try and unpack it a little bit. So at campus level, you have your own identity. So you are person at Unijust, person at UI. That identity is your primary identity. That's who you are first. And that is because of the function of being part of the campus. So bona fide is at that level. That fundamental, I am managing this user at campus. And that is so as a part of my campus, this user can go to other places, connect to other things as that identity. User at Unijust. One single identity used everywhere. Then you also engage with other systems. So ORCID is don't forget all of this comes sometimes time systems. So ORCID is an identity that identifies you as a researcher in all those contexts that she mentioned. Another, that's for people now, right? DataCite is for objects. Now, again, that whole registration process has meant, and the commercials in the environment has meant that there's an organization that issues this same identifier towards repositories and so on and so forth. And another organization called Crossref, which is the one that Ido was talking about, that's where they're own. So when they have publishing, when they are publishing and they use things like journal publishers, because these organizations are in that space, they provide those sort of UIs. But ultimately, your primary identity is the one that your campus provides. So typically, if your identity system is built properly, which is like, you should be able to link other identifiers to that primary identity. So for instance, the way bona fide is designed, I know it's linked to your ORCID ID and is linked to your NIN in Nigeria. So it means those two identities you need for the uninitiated. But it's so those two identities create a composite of the person identity. Primary campus identity, your researcher identity, and your national identity within the context of a country. So you have three identities there, but there's one identity that all linked to, so it's mashed up. It's the same way you would have, I suppose you could have a personal email, private email, and so on. So that is one identity you can link there. So that's a personal identity linked to the person. And of course, it's an identity linked to the data and the identity linked to the publication. And as she said, grants. So everything needs to be identified because it's a digital environment. So when you come in and you say, I'm Omo at Wakran today, doesn't mean I don't exist in another form. I could be Omo at Eko-konnect. Now, is Omo at Eko-konnect the same as Omo at Wakran? So something like ORCID ID can actually provide that coherence, especially facing publishing scientific research type of environment.
Once again from UNN. Okay, if I get it right, DOI is for my journal, my paper, while the ORCID is for me as a person. Okay, now, so that's, I assume I'm right. Now, how would I use one of them? I mean, in all my research, why would I have to go looking for one for my paper, then look for one for myself? Okay, so There should be one, like as you were just saying, a unifier that sort of, because people don't even know much about all this. Okay, now I've had my archive for like 2-3 years now, but I can't see the impact. As in, the journals don't even make use of it. I don't, as in, I'm yet to understand. Please, throw more light. Thank you.
Who wants to take it? I'm the oldest in the room. So, the fact that the university doesn't use it properly, cannot blame it on the identity. So think about this from this point, from a university administration point. Okay. Okay, let's even take the library one. So what is the ORCID ID? It's like a digital SIM, isn't it? So my typical library scenario, I'm trying to populate a repository. I know that half my population is already published somewhere. So how am I going to find where they have published and collect that data, even if it's just metadata alone, and put it to my repository? Some librarian give me an answer. So what provides the interoperability? Which identifier? There you go. So if, for instance, this promotion works and every university has every member of the institution, this is one application, it's a mashup. Every institution had its community with a free ORCID. And typically the way the ORCID works is, unfortunately, we cannot demonstrate it here, because the ID is connected to Crossref, who does most of the publishing in your high impact factor journals, are connected to that, and you have been publishing there. And every time you publish, most Nigerians I see have ORCIDs because they have tried to publish somewhere, and that publisher has insisted that you get an ORCID. So you never went intentionally to look at ORCID to see, do I need this or don't I need it? Somebody has forced you to get it. And you got it only because that person forced you to get it for their purpose. And of course, you don't populate your record. Your CV is empty minus that paper that you published. But imagine if, for instance, you could raise, your son, just even at this level, 3 level, that there's librarians in our institutions could run this awareness sessions, and then get the university leaders require that every member of staff who was an academic, had an ORCID ID. It's free, by the way, so it just takes motivation on it. Now, if you have all the ORCID IDs and there's still a requirement that everybody who's published, because it's very easy to do, once you have the ORCID ID and you search for your work based on your name, it will provide options for you to verify that these are the papers you have published. Now, when you have published, once you have accepted that what you have, you've got that your digital CV, all the papers you published, the works you have done are in your ORCID record. Then you remember the 3 services that Lombe talked about? One of them was an API. Now your university can say, by subscribing to this consortium that we're talking about, that, okay, my users, I want to take all the data that you have in your system and put them and sort them somehow. Wherever they end up is your business, or you can take them into your repository. What will happen then? You will now have, at least as far as the university is concerned, you will now have all the works that have been published by members of your community without having to do any heavy lifting. So there's a big benefit to that ID. And that is the main benefit to all of these IDs. If you have all your documents with identifiers, then I can build a system that takes those identifiers and everything behind the identifier, whether it is papers, human beings, and their papers, or whatever you choose to link with an identity. Now, if you were to have a management system on campus that had your IFE, right? Oh, yeah. That had IFE at UNN. So that's it. They're managing that record. But that record was connected to your ORCID ID. So guess what they have in that system? They have that record and all that's connected to the ID, ORCID ID, without having to go look for it. Does that make any sense at all?
I noticed something. It's not allowed to publish like local, because like what is
Indexing. I'm sure you heard that word index. If you're not indexed, you don't really exist in that space. Which is why when you have your journal or you have your repository, you subscribe to this index, because that's how that job, the content of that repository and the content of that journal becomes visible. Because ORCID ID cannot go around and say, please, what is your passport to that place you have studied that nobody can see? They have to go to the same indexes and take the data just like you would if you are building a system. Do you have something to add?
I hope I can be quick about this. But you notice that, quite frankly, I think there's a slight disconnect when you're talking about ID systems. And you remember the issue about the librarian community and the ICT directors, and they're all very separate in Nigeria. Yeah. And then there's the other part. Nigerians, and this is not about librarians, this is about Nigerians. We do not get out of bed if there's no incentive. Am I correct? The BVN, you remember that? Thank you. That's the incentive. It's either a carrot or not even a stick, a rock. Okay. The point here is when the BVN was launched, yeah, CBN said, okay, if you don't get your BVN by X date, you can't. Okay. We all waited until that date, and then there are like 100-kilometer queues at the banks. That's what we are. The incentive was you can't get your money out. Okay, so my point to all of this is that there's a lot of work done on this side of the fence in terms of getting that incentive for Nigerians. You get it? You mentioned one. Okay, you can't publish until you get an award. Yeah, that's an incentive. And the person wants to publish. And then the next one is, okay, how do I get the indexing? How do I do it? There has to be an incentive, or else you're not going to get us out of bed. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in terms of, because right now what you're doing actually is explaining IT systems. And we did that 2021, I think, on what the conference. So I think there's a lot of work to do. Yeah? Exactly. So there has to be a lot more in that sphere so that everybody can understand it better. And for librarians, you can see why I said you have to get very flashy names. I mean, because there has to be experts in these in your different levels. So librarian 1, 2, 3 doesn't cut it. I'll tell you it doesn't cut it. Okay? I'll tell you personally, I'm aiming for supreme astronaut, by the way. So you have to fancy titles.
Supreme astronaut. No, just as they mentioned, because I saw Pam smile, when he said librarian 1, 2, 3. So I'm sure at least one of you would have been part of a skills profiles program that we did for librarians in 2020, which kind of looked at the future of library and identified the roles based on some international standards. So that work is still available. So we didn't have supreme librarian, but we did have repository managers, data archivists, scholarly communication librarians. He was very proud to be that new age title, Ido. So, and then research data. We're going to have research data management workshops. And we have some research data management kind of researchers in the room who form a crack team and hopefully track the agenda. But I have spoken enough. I think it's time to.
All right. On that note, I want to bring this session to a close. My passing short is to Owen Omo. Forgive my naivety, because if this does not apply in the academia or the public sector, I've worked my entire career in private sector. And in the domain that I work in, we often say that the experience our customers get when they come to us that becomes our product and our services. Not what we cook up behind the scenes, but what customers get when they encounter us. So we can talk so much about Worldlife ID, ORCID, PID, AGO ID, and to the end users, it means nothing to them if it does not translate into some tangible benefits that they can run. Of course, there are tangible benefits. How many people are fully aware that breast, all of this is at the roadmap to really? Okay, so on that note, I'll say thank you.
Right, I did say don't rush off at the end of the session because we're going to be transitioning really from the Eko-konnect user conference into the WACRN LibSense program that's taking place tomorrow, covering research data management and open access book platforms. So those of you that are here today, I'm going to really hand over to Omar to explain how tomorrow is actually going to go to work.